91.6 WAYZ, this is the Alex Yard Zone. How's it going, everybody? We got Nikolai in the house with the first chat over on YouTube. Very nice to see. Hello, Nikolai. We got Alex G, Serious Sam, Third Bruno. 91.6 Oh, we don't want that echo. This is the Alex Yard Zone. Hello and welcome. This is Alex Yard here at 91.6 WAYZ, the Alex Yard Zone. Get it? 91.6. June 1991, birth of Sonic, the event whose momentum accumulated throughout the years and brought us to today. One of many discussions in a long line of prior dialogues, future events that are still unwritten. My name is Alex Yard, and I'm ready to take to the stage. What's up? It's me. Welcome to this brisk, wintry afternoon here in the zone. If you get banned from chat, it's because you're heckling. You're not saying anything constructive. You're not. You are just trying to chase me, right? If you're going to say something like, get off the internet, don't do, right? I'm just going to ban you. I will always be willing to respond to, questions that you have in order to move it forward, right? But if you're just leaning back on the typical bully thing of stop talking, go away, I will interpret that for the white flag forfeit that it is, and I will tune out your heckling. It's not complicated. So, how's everyone doing? Yeah, we're going to jump into it, guys. And longtime Zonigans, let me know if there's any audio issues I should know about, but I think we're good to go. I'm going to talk about T. Lopes today. You are all welcome to listen in, right? You are allowed to listen in, right? But I do not need you. You are spending your free time coming to hear what I have to say. And if you think my perspective is bogus, well, you're undercutting your point by showing up and engaging with it. Because if I was just, a nonsensical drama stirrer, then it would be the next logical step for you to just let me make a fool of myself, let my foolish perspective and opinions crumble under public scrutiny. But since you're not responding to anything I'm saying, and you're just saying, go away, you got to understand, I am so highly flattered that you would spend your time here today to hear what I have to say. I have already won in that regard, guys. I know that a lot of random internet denizens think that they can pop in and, play judge, jury, and sweetheart, but this is your reality check. I'm flattered that you value what I have to say, that you would spend your time, as I'm saying it, listening to what I have to say. Throughout my entire commentary career, technically, until this week, I have never said a single word to T. Lopes the person. I have only ever talked about T. Lopes the public figure to my audience. And so I'm mentioning that up front so that you do understand that this is not some campaign where I'm going to keep hounding T. Lopes until he changes ways. T. Lopes the person may be a lost cause. If he will just continue to be a fountain of his own nonsense, then he's just handing me an outline for more commentary so that I can tell my audience, well, this guy is very prominent and celebrated. He comes with some personal baggage. I'm going to make sure that you are not seduced by his musical wizardry into normalizing these very sub-middle school diploma bully tactics. Hello to Zaso, Total Progwash. I see it now. It's all within my reach. All right, so let's dive into it, guys. The first thing that you will hear me say in the ultimate version of this video that will get posted to YouTube is T. Lopes has a hostile immaturity problem that has spilled onto the global stage for years upon years, up until right now, in the year of our me, 2025. This cultural situation came to a head in the comments section of my recent smash hit music theory video, Why Sonic Mania Music is So Amazing. And it is. The fact that Sonic Mania's music is so incredible, it gives me an even further incentive and motivation to speak up about the baggage problems that come with the person behind the laptop, Mr. Lopes himself. And so this overview will be presented... And so this discussion will now be presented in the following 3 parts. In part 1 of this video, we are going to hone in specifically on T. Lopes' backhanded remarks on my new video. He elected to leave a comment, and I responded to it in a way that caused quite a stir. And I will tell you right now that I intentionally was provocative to draw your attention, right? To make a big stink about it. And it's because I hold all the cards. If you guys remember when Brad Buxer's record label, Fervor Records, in the year 2020, right, long after Sonic 3 came out, Fervor Records reissued a printing of Hard Times, which was, of course, the composition that Ice Cap Zone was based on. And they very brazenly published this new reissue of the single with exact sprite artwork from Ice Cap. Now, on paper, Fervor Records did not have the rights to do that, but they were saying, we know we're in the right? We know that Sega owes us money, so we're going to kind of flout this in their face to say, ha-ha, right? And Sega's not going to do anything about that. What are they going to do? Ask for reimbursement for the Ice Cap artwork? Well, if they did, they would just deduct that out of the money that they owe Brad Buxer, and right? So the point is, they brazenly took a stand and said, I triple dog dare you to make a stink about it. Because if you do, it's like, yeah, we can go there, right? And here we are today, here out in the snow. Now we're going to go there because Mr. Lopes could not help himself. And what he said, right, he worded things in a way that I can totally, right, as a starting point, people in the audience looking along, if you looked at T. Lopes' comment and you were like, well, that seemed like a great, awesome, congratulatory comment, I can totally understand why the backhanded slight in that statement went over your attention. I totally get that. And I similarly left a very blunt apologetic response that we will unpack today. Okay, so part one of this video is actually going to be pretty quick because it's just about T. Lopes' comment. Once you understand what was happening in Mr. Lopes' comment, well now, right, as you're going to see, Mr. Lopes' comment summoned history. Maybe you missed that, but I'm going to say that again. T. Lopes' comment on my video unnecessarily, unforcedly conjured up all this history of unpleasantries. So, since T. Lopes chose to do that, he could not help himself, we will then take a look at what that exactly is. In part two of this video, we will look at a long, pervasive pattern of T. Lopes' hostile immaturity. And this pattern is so overwhelming, so shameful, still happening as of last fiscal quarter, that if you hear everything that is discussed today and you're still saying, Alex Yard, bad, I don't care. I think you should have left my viewing audience a good while ago. Glad that we could figure this out now, because I never want to punish my audience for the sins of the debags in the audience. But if T. Lopes' example that he is setting is something that you're going to sign off for, please, right? As of lately, I have been intentionally delivering cutting, uncompromised, truthful reporting and commentary. And some of it is video games, some of it is not. If you see my Twitter account, you will see me playing a game to see how low I can get my followers count. I've been trying to get back under 400 followers on Twitter for a good while. I'm almost there. I think I checked it today and it was 800, so I'm almost there. Right, diving deep down into that underground street cred, where I do not answer to industry alliances and toxic positivity where everyone just has to put a big happy face on no matter what. Okay? That's not what happens in the zone. You can take it or leave it, but I'm here doing my thing. You guys are spending your time listening to what I have to say, which is very telling. And so with all of that established, in part 3 of this video, I will be delivering T. Lopes apologists their sentencing, which will specify what they need to do in order to remain in Mr. Lopes' camp. And if they refuse their sentence, then they will earn my disapproval. right? Every time I sentence someone, guys, it's you guys get all scared and you think it's this confrontational thing, right? All that is happening is I'm confidently and articulately explaining my position, and if you're bothered by that, right, then that just means I'm onto something real. That you would ask me to that you would resort to telling me to get a life. As I said, when I sentence anyone on this second channel of mine, there's no harassment campaign, right? My approach is the absolute antidote to many of you backlasheteers in the audience, very infantile, rattle-shaking tantrum methods where you just hit the panic button and you try to chase the person, right? You can't bring yourself to actually discuss the ideas at hand because you know it's a losing argument. So you just, right, okay, so, right, everything that I'm doing here, right, I've never said anything to T. Lopes, the person, in my entire life. He has long ago, lost the privilege of asynchronous communication with me. He lost that privilege a good while ago. I will only ever respond to something T. Lopes says publicly, which is what he did this week. He commented on my video, right? So he freely elected to come to my platform and say something. So sure, he made the choice to step onto my stage. I'm happy to respond in plain view of my entire audience. And the reason why I have acted so provocatively in this, right, I think I saw someone in the chat say rage baiting, and there's any number of synonyms that have cropped up on a weekly basis in our internet culture, okay? But whatever you guys need to call that, all I'm doing is intentionally triggering your ire and your displeasure to expose a double standard. Anything that you've seen me do this past week that you disapprove of, I am just mirroring the way that Mr. Lopes conducts himself, doubles down throughout the years, right? And so I see all your backlash, right? I see all the unsubscriptions from the channel. We may talk about that. Don't bat an eyelash at that. Not the first time or last time that will even happen. Everything that you feel you're upset about with me, right? I think it's worthless backlash because it will mean nothing until you start holding Mr. Lopes to that same standard. So let's jump right into this, guys, with part one of this discussion, T. Lopes' backhanded remarks. And here it is. Okay, so by now, everyone has seen the smash hit, treasured, cultural touchstone event, the Sonic Mania video. Why Sonic Mania's music is so amazing. And it is. I gotta be clear about this. Sonic Mania's soundtrack is absolutely tremendous. And because there have been so many reservations with T. Lopes the person throughout the months and years, I want to make it clear that his music is amazing, and I will always give objective, fair credit and praise for Mr. Lopes' music. I shouldn't have to ever talk about T. Lopes the person, but because he continues to have this part of himself shine through in social media discussions ad nauseum because he doesn't have the right people in his life to keep his ego in check, well, understand that I can separate art from the artist, right? No one is ever going to take away my ability to vibe with Studiopolis Act 2. Running through that level, that's mine. That does not belong to T. Lopes. He can never take it away from me. That experience is mine forever. So, okay. Mr. Lopes says, a friend sent me this video, and I thought it was great content. Educational, thoroughly researched, and well put together. Even I learned a few things. Now, we're going to read the last sentence now, okay? But what can we say about everything so far? Well, it's a sort of a reverse Turing test situation. And I'm not even saying that this is a problem, but since we're here, everything that he said so far is sort of a reverse Turing situation where This might as well have been just a generic prompt churned out by an AI. It doesn't say anything specifically about my video. Sentiments like these are the sort of things that I get in my email inbox twice a day, because on YouTube, once you get 20,000 subscribers or more, you start to get all these spammy little phishing things, emails with people saying, hey, I have this advertising opportunity for you, and I really like your content. I can tell you're really passionate and you do a lot of good research, right? So this is a generic sentiment that could apply to any video ever, which is not a problem. It's not a problem, but while we're here, okay? But that brings us to the final point, the final piece of this. Everything up until now gives the appearance that, oh yeah, I was just going throughout my day, my friend mentioned this video to me, and here we are, right? But then suddenly, in a big swooping twist at the end, now we're not just here today in the present celebrating the now. No. He cannot help himself. This is his Christoph Waltz handshake moment, people. He cannot resist saying, here's to more positive stuff like this, Al. Oh no. Right? So, first of all, is my Sonic Mania video positive? Yes and no. I would say it's mostly positive, absolutely. But there is very deliberate and overt roasting of T. Lopes. Okay? Just in case anyone is not clear on that, right? I did it in a way that was kind of tongue-in-cheek, speaking kind of metaphorically at times, and I did that so that it was all subtext. Unlike Mr. Lopes, I will never make a scene and make it awkward for people with kind of room-clearing hostility, okay? I will instead make it subtle, right? I would think that half the roast that I included in this Mania video would totally go over the heads of maybe most viewers, right? I gave T that opportunity to, keep it simple, subtle, subtext, deep lore, Easter eggs for the but it's not this big, right? Unlike Mr. Lopes, I do not take to my social media platform and just do a bridge-burning rant because things don't go my way. I instead tried to make it subtle and satirical. So, for T. Lopes to say, here's to more positive stuff like this, Alex, well, it's like, which video did you watch? I made this video and gave you constructive criticism that you very rightly deserved in said video. So for you to then turn around, right, in this comment, he's trying to put a happy face on this. And he almost did. If he omitted that last sentiment, then there wouldn't have been, right? But he went there. So, right, I poke fun at him for including the Sonic 4 melody in, like, the anchor riff in the first level of what is supposed to be the breakaway game. Uh-oh. Find your audience, and it's a iconic nightmarish Sonic 4 anchor melody. A Faker Sonic fan? I don't know, but I'm sure going to have fun lampooning that and say, how did we get here? Again, that's all very insignificant, kind of just in good fun. I don't actually think T is necessarily a Faker Sonic fan, because after all, he put the McDonald's jingle from Balloon Park into Studiopolis even. Now, another way that I roasted Mr. Lopes was to include that snippet of him, right? He's so backhanded that even when talking about music theory, he cannot resist dumping on it. He cannot risk invoking his now obsolete, stereotypical, negative perception of what music theory is to say, music theory is not as hard or as boring as I thought it would be. And it's like, you're an illiterate bully, if you don't understand what the magic of music theory is, and that learning music theory is like going to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, to be able to see through the matrix code of how music works and then summon up all these amazing creations with your knowledge of how that, quote-unquote matrix code works, as you're going to see, I'm going to be kind of touching back on that illiterate bully aspect a little later, but right from the mouth of Babes himself. He can only accept music theory reluctantly and with a backhanded swipe, right? He is bringing his outdated learning is bad. I don't want to have to do all this memorization and book learning, right? If that's what your perception of music theory was, I'm just out here saying music theory is absolute electric magic, and T. Lopes' even reluctance to get around to it, right? Oh, music theory should be so lucky to have T. Lopes give it a stab. It's part of a larger issue that we're going to touch upon. I don't understand how he could then, 2 years later, after using the circle of fifths and Penny's big breakaway in the ways that he'd never done before, right, days later, what's it called? You say, right, don't be encouraged by the fact that I don't know music theory. But you got a 15 out of 15 on the music theory webinar. Right, T. Lopes is on a different planet. He jumps from here to here, and things don't add up. Things don't make sense. He contradicts himself. So as I'm reading his comment, right, the day he wrote it, or whether it was the next day, I'm reading through this and I'm like, okay, T. Lopes, whether or not he picked up on the satirical grilling comeuppance that was put, right, I would not put satire like that in a permanent piece of content unless I truly thought that the target of the satire was just an absolute lost cause, right? Doubling and tripling down, growing more hostile and immature throughout the years, right? I will always attempt to, like, work things out with a person, but as I said, T. Lopes has lost any and all privileges to, like, private communication with me, and it is almost impossible to talk to him with any honesty or constructive approach without it seeming condescending and patronizing, because he is stuck in a middle school bubble, and there's no way I can deliver that to him without him getting, like, even more ticked off about it. Okay, so all of this is to say that everything in this video, though sterile and generic, would have been totally fine. I was ready to say, all right, T's, stepping up to be a man for a change, putting a positive face on this, right? But then, okay, so what is T talking about? Which, what T is alluding to here, which probably went over the heads of most other people in the comments, certainly the ones that objected and, unsubscribed and whatnot. So what T is alluding to here is that he is aware of my past content, right? Because the start of this comment sort of seems like I found this today. But then at the end, now what is he doing? Saying, oh yeah, what you did here today, Alex, is positive. Yeah, I want to see more of this, right? So here I am roasting and satirizing someone who I already constructively criticized 2-3 years ago, who's only gotten worse. And now I'm raising the stakes by lampooning him in the Ultimate Sonic Mania Music Theory video of my channel. And now he's going to turn around and give me a positivity report card. Holy smokes, Batman. You totally missed the point of all of this. If you think now you're going to respond to this, attempt to put a happy face on it and say, like, I'm glad to see some positivity from you, Alex. That's what I want to see from you in the future. Knowing that there's been, right, and we're going to get to toxic positivity. what T is talking about here is essentially touching upon his very toxic positivity. And I already established the definition of toxic positivity on my Twitter account. You can Google it right now. So, since you guys do not, most of you don't know what Mr. Lopes is alluding to in this final sentence, here's to more positive stuff like this. Now we're going to go there. Now we are going to touch upon the negative stuff that T is alluding to here, that he is taking this very celebratory, could have been pleasant moment, and he's saying, I'm glad to see that you've grown up, Alex, because the negativity that you've brought to the community in the past, no, we don't, right? So this is like, I have read Mr. Lopes' The Riot Act, and he is turning around and giving me a report card. So what we will do now is we are going to take a look at what those negativity things are, and whether that, what he is indirectly alluding to as negative, is really just a poisonous symptom of his toxic positivity. And you know, I am kind of looking at YouTube chats. Some of you are asking fair questions, and the thing that you're asking, we will touch upon that pretty much now. Okay, so let's get into it. Anyone watching this is free to leave at any time. If you can't bring yourself to do so because you're not enjoying yourself, I can only echo the sentiment of what a lot of people are harping on in chat: get a life. So, in part 2 of this video, we are first going to look at the example of T. Lopes bullying people who don't agree with he. And I use the capital he kind of as a goof to kind of indirectly touch upon, you know, a lot of people in the Sonic community regard T. Lopes as a god. That's literally a phrase, and of course they're being figurative, but that is the status where people will regard T. Lopes, the person, as a god, right? But really all of that is driven by his music, right? And it becomes a problem when people start to extend this blanket extended, oh, he's a god, and they start accepting some of the more poisonous things that he brings to the table because, all right, it's T. So we will look at T. Lopes's, right, we're going to touch upon that illiterate bully concept as kind of the first example of where things kicked into gear. Now, as far as the toxic positivity thing, we will next look at his aggressive defiance of constructive criticism. I'm not even going to elaborate on that now because it speaks for itself, and I would just be saying things that everyone already knows, things that are already represented in the replies on Twitter of each of Mr. Lopes's childish outbursts, right? A lot of what I'm going to say today is already reflected on Twitter. So, since that didn't work, I am amplifying it again today. And finally, in the last point, case study of here in part 2, we're going to look at Mr. Lopes's underdeveloped conflict resolution methods. At this point, I'm ready to say, T. Lopes, I want to see your middle school diploma. I am not convinced that you have one, because the way that you navigate your professional career and your public-facing self that you broadcast, you resemble that of a 7th grade bully. And it's very clear-cut. I am not here to continue harassing you and keep heckling you to try, right? I never do that. I don't talk to T. Lopes. I see what he's doing in the public, and all I am ever doing is telling my audience not to be like T. Lopes. If that is eventually able to affect change in Mr. Lopes, great. But like I said, could be a lost cause. That doesn't stop me or anyone else from observing what they've noticed and drawing a line in the sand. And yes, Nikolai and many of the other ones, yeah, you guys are asking redundant questions. All of your questions will be answered with cards on the table by the end of this. So here we go. Now, if you think about Sonic 3's second level and how it's pronounced, right, that's the most tired discussion in the world. But it is necessary to go there and talk about that sewer in the second level of Sonic 3 because that's how this got started. The way that this got started was actually not necessarily anything T. Lopes the person said, but it was back in like 2022 when my, Patreon and Discord community was just getting started. And it was a day like any other. We were hanging out on a Discord call. And when the topic of Sonic 3's second level came up, right, a person who was there at that call, who is, by and large, a pretty solid dude, and, right, this is even someone who I consider to be an upstanding guy, albeit on the younger side, right, he just flat out says, it's pronounced Hydro City, and that's the last word on it. And I'm just like, hold on, what is, right, this is my Discord server, and here someone is making a room-clearing outburst because he wants other people to pronounce it right. I'm going to try as much as I can not to get into the weeds of that age-old debate. The Game Apologist's great video on the pronunciation debate covers most of what we could even say about that topic with tenacity and transparency. So just to be clear, if you pronounce the second level of Sonic 3 as Hydro City, and someone asks you for your opinion on the two different pronunciations, there is one correct answer. There is only one correct answer when someone asks you what do you think about the whole pronunciation thing? So I'm just going to remind you guys, if you pronounce it Hydro City, there is only one correct answer as to how you approach that cultural meme. You ready? The only correct answer is to say, well, some people pronounce it hydrosity. And I can see how they got there because if you look at the level Ice Cap, they put the words together, but they keep the capital C. And so in Hydro City, hydrosity, they put those words together, but they don't capitalize the C. So it's meant to be one word. I can see why people pronounce it that way and why they would continue doing it. And I'm going to continue pronouncing it Hydro City. That's kind of a cool, fun, the dress is blue, the dress is silver, right? It's a classical Rorschach test. And it's a way it's just a quirky, okay? That is the only proper response to that question. Now, for people to turn around and say, oh, when the Hydro City lobby, posts their, telling people that they're stupid for pronouncing it, hydrosity, making memes, making T-shirts, profiting with merchandise on this, right? A lot of people will use the Donald Trump cop-out of saying, oh, he's just kidding. Yeah, that's not going to fly. Because you are expressing your little tantrum about this that you want the rest of the world to play along with your razz, right? And what you are doing is indistinguishable from being toxic because half the time you're not even really saying anything funny. You're just trying to peer pressure people into seeing it your way, okay? Okay? So when I had that incident in the Discord call, I'm like, it's one thing if just some random Discord user would go nuclear like that and make things awkward, but, right, he's looking up to his role models. He's seeing T. Lopes do these things, and that becomes normal and acceptable. He's setting a precedent that, right, T. Lopes has millions of fans, including his many Twitter followers who stick around and eat up everything he say. That's normalizing it. So why don't I respond? Why don't I, again, not talking to T. Lopes because he might be a lost cause, speak to my audience? So I did my classic keynote address, which was titled, "We Need to Talk About How You Talk About Hydrosity." And I put the cards on the table. I explained everything and how T. Lopes, half the time, what T. Lopes says is not even funny. So there's even less of a basis to say, oh, he's just joking. No, it's indistinguishable from actual bullying. And furthermore, right, even if I give you the benefit of the doubt and play along that T is joking with that, well, the issue with that is that even if he was, millions of people are taking it seriously. He is giving them red meat to feast on when he does this. And it's irresponsible, or at least a cop-out, to say, oh no, I'm just kidding. The fact is, when Adult Swim did their 9 Rings of Hell, and they put Sonic fans at the bottom, perhaps very deservedly, right? Hydro City is like one of the worst historical examples of how the Sonic community can cut at each other's throats with all these unforced bickering incidents. So, what happened next in a surprise twist? Okay. As I did this keynote address on a live stream, right, we're talking about Hydro City from any number of different angles, and then someone in the chat says, oh, T. Lopes just tweeted about Hydro City, right? During my keynote address live stream, he sent out another tweet about Hydro City meme, and it included the line, "This is a joke, as if to say, obviously this is a joke. So that very brazenly seemed to be a reactive sort of damage control, and a cowardly one at that he would talk past me by reacting to my live stream while it was happening and say this is obvious, right? If you're saying this is obviously a joke, then you have not heard what I've said about hydrosity and the problem that I am highlighting that seems to be lost on you, that you're setting the Sonic community back, right? If you're saying this is obviously a joke, that's basically a straw man. So the wild thing is that T. Lopes would later claim that he didn't know who I was, that he had never heard of me, okay? So you guys see what's happening here? It's bad for T in both cases. Whether or not his tweet during my keynote on that exact topic, even if it was a coincidence, right? If it was actually a reaction, that meant that it was on his radar, and he was like, oh, let me do damage control literally now, okay? But if we are taking Mr. Lopes at his word, if he had never heard of me until much later, you guys realize what that exposes, guys? It means that T's ruminations, his being consumed by this childish, petty, arbitrary topic of pronunciation in a Sega Genesis game, is so all-consuming to his soul that he was literally doing it at the exact moment I was condemning it. It's like on The Simpsons where Homer is pleading with Marge and saying, no, seriously, I can go on a diet. I can be good about this. And she goes, no, you're eating a huge sausage right now. And it cuts to him and he's munching down on a big sausage. Right? He is literally up to this shit as I am condemning it. Right? So whether or not T. Lopes is being dishonest, that keynote, which was calling out his unfortunate behavior directly, either way, T. Lopes ends up with egg on his face. Okay? So, since I regard T as probably a lost cause, I was speaking to my audience primarily, and I would never have expected him back in 2022 to rise above his cowardice and acknowledge it in any substantive way, right? Well, I sat back and I thought, well, even if he wouldn't acknowledge it, let's see if he gets the message. Let's see if the toxicity that I condemned that day and debunked the cop-out excuses that surround it and only further set back the immaturity and toxicity of our community, let's see if he gets the message, right? Let's see if these incidents with Hydro City or anything else with this petty hostility continues to happen. Well, dude could not wait even just a few months. Later that year, he made his T-shirt, right? So he's tripling down. Not only has he not really gotten the message, and he's doing his own thing. If he didn't get the message, and he's going to double down, right? So now he's going to make a T-shirt a couple months later with his illiterate bully logic, right? And I hate to say this, right? Hydro means water, city means city. You're an illiterate, counterproductive bully. And the reason why I'm not going to debunk the kindergarten logic in the T-shirt that he sold, profited on, right? And you remember that tweet in the Sonic Mania video? The fires shall be forever fanned, right? You can find that Mudkip user's tweet. That was a tweet that will now live immortalized forever in that video as a deterrent to Mr. Lopes' childishness and ego problem. The fires shall be forever fanned, right? Here we are, Sonic fans, in the lowest circle of hell on Adult Swim's bad fandom list, and T. Lopes is saying, let's go even deeper into the trenches of just eternal bickering. So I'm not going to debunk the logic in his foolish T-shirt, because if you go find that post, this is going to be a recurring theme today, you will see my perspective reflected in the replies. Not that I tweeted at it, but other people understand his fallacious logic, and so I don't need to spend any breath talking about it. So once T. Lopes made his bed, right, selling those shirts, right, shame on you, Mr. Lopes, for using your prominent position in the Sonic community. Now you are even bringing in official Sonic artwork, so that all the people who grew up with Sonic or were brought into the universe through Mania, and they loved your music so much, and they were so thankful for your very creative, very mind-blowing soundtrack, Sonic Mania. And now they're going to hear that voice that they attribute so much weight and admiration to, just a big F you. You pronounce it wrong because you're not smart enough. Let me tell you why you're not smart, because this is why you're pronounced right. So T. Lopes earned himself pretty much a sentence that in that instance of 5 years of irrelevance. It would take him at least 5 years to rehabilitate his bullcrap, and that 5-year timer would only start once he acknowledges the extent of the problem. Much like Will Smith will take 10 years to rehabilitate his horseradish, but that clock will only start once he acknowledges the problem, which he pretty much hasn't. And we won't talk about Will Smith, but, right, if T's a lost cause, I'm speaking to the next generation of homies as a deterrent. And it was probably about that time that I unfollowed T on Twitter. And it wasn't only because of the hydro falafel issue. It was also because he's just a poisonous fountain. And maybe he's found his audience. Maybe a great many people, right? People that we all know the algorithm and online discourse feeds on negativity, and he's found his audience, right? When T. Lopes does these vicious dunks on whoever, he's going to get a whole lot of likes. So that becomes kind of a cycle that feeds itself. I had to tap out of Mr. Lopes' Twitter account because it was things like that, and also like he's such an insecure ruminator. He will walk around his house stewing and, metaphorically pounding his fists on the table, upset that the world is not aligning with his desires, and then he will pass that stress on to you. He will write just a really resentful, awkward tweet that's sort of putting someone on blast, whether it mentions their name or not. It's just like, all right, what can I do to help? Because what you're saying is just accomplishing nothing, maybe only further exacerbating the problem. So, if I'm going to use social media, I'm not going to subject myself to anything that might come out of his mouth, because half the time it's just an awful vibe. You want to talk about a positivity report card like this is T. Lopes' kindergarten classroom. So I tapped out. So, if T. Lopes was being dishonest that this is obvious, right, during my keynote address on the topic, if he's trying to say that that's a coincidence, right, it's just a question. Was T. Lopes even aware of Alex Yard? Because he's too much of a coward to weigh in on that earnestly, but what he will do is use the situation in order to benefit himself upon the release of Penny's Big Breakaway. So, what happened? Well, 2 years later, 2 years after, right, I was fully under the impression that T was aware of my broadcast, sent out that reactionary tweet, and just continued ruminating. Couldn't bring himself to acknowledge it. There was too much egg on his face. Okay? So, T. Lopes has any number of opportunities to reach out to me and say what's on his mind, if he disagrees, whatever. But what does he do? Well, out of the blue, absolute nowhere, right? 2 years later, dude digs up an unlisted video of mine, which was a video that was, of a time and place that was a conflict that I had with the Geek Critique, where the Geek Critique, Josh, that YouTube channel, did more than one highly inappropriate, unreasonable things to me. And so I took to the stage to put transparency on it, because, what the Geek Critique did to me is not something that you guys will ever do. So let's clear this up right now, since there seems to be a massive disconnect on, right, again, immunity from constructive criticism. That was basically what happened with the Geek Critique. He could not stand the fact that I had constructively criticized his takes about a Sonic and video game related topic, that he said, don't ever respond to anything I say. He wanted a total ban. Okay? And so in that same video, I believe I mentioned Mr. Lopes simply because the Geek Critique and T. Lopes are kind of stemming from the same underlying immaturity issue, and just thinking that the world revolves around them. And their approach to the Hydro City topic is literally a perfect emblematic example of it. So T. Lopes, 2 years after the fact, digs up this quasi-drama video, and it's like, okay, where have you been for the last 2 years? Whatever, but you're now right. So not only is he reaching out, but he is leaving a comment, a very cowardly comment. Cowardly because he's just going to use his typical kind of passive-aggressive, talk past you sort of snarky little moment, okay? He is, right, he is too much of a coward to respond directly to anything that's been said about him, but instead he will call my attention to, literally the comment that he left was, he said, right, this was back when I was at the Alex Yard Zone newsroom. I was using the Stephen Colbert style desk. What was I about to say? Right. So he comments on it, and what he says is nothing to do with the contents of the video. He just snarkily hones in on one thing. He says, you know, when you're sitting at this desk, the way the green screen is set up, you look way too big in relation to the desk itself. It's like you're really crunched in there. And that was it, right? So here I had done, you know, this entire, you know, very important conversation to establish where things stand and make sure any other content creators like T. Lopes or The Geek Critique or whoever else would never be entitled to conduct themselves that way in the future and place all these unfounded expectations on me, right? So T. Lopes digs up that specific video and just leaves a sassy little comment, you know, just harping on one little detail. So that was T's way of saying, Alex, I see what you were up to with this video, and now I'm just going to leave a pointless, sassy little, just middle school, teenage girl, totally counterproductive, burning the bridge even further. And so I told him flat out, I was like, it would seem that you're too much of a coward to say what's actually on your mind. And he wouldn't. Without, right, if T. Lopes chooses to show you that exchange, he's more than obviously able to do that. I'm not going to show it to you because it also involves digging into the precedent, right? He tries to have a gotcha moment calling me a hypocrite for even responding, right? He's on a different planet. He jumps from here to here. The one thing that you kind of can't get from T. Lopes is a direct answer. He will do anything but that. He will try to be sassy and intimidate you by talking past you, being snarky, right? Not an ounce of constructive criticism. He doesn't know how to, he's never been taught how to do that. So after he sent me a third message in the, you know, the reply section, I was like, all right, well, obviously this is going nowhere. So T. Lopes waited 2 years to get his big moment where I guess this was going to be his revenge. Now, what happened? 2 days later, it was that week, 2-3 days later, Penny's big breakaway shadow drops. And I'm like, damn, right? It hit me. I'm like, T. Lopes is spending this week getting ready to launch one of the most important games of his creative career, the most important sound, right? Penny's big breakaway. We're breaking away from Sega. We're doing our own thing, right? You want to talk about festering, ruminating on negativity. Bro was using the week to launch his game to be sassy and petty with me. To finally show some stones and at least show his face. Right, he initiated the contact. I never contacted T. He chose to dig up that unlisted quasi-drama video, and it turned out to be, we didn't know when Penny was going to drop, and then suddenly it was that. Gotcha. He was trying to instigate me so that I would do more reporting and condemning because it would have promoted his game. And so after the game came out and I realized this, that he was trying to instigate me, use me as a tool in order to promote, that he would wait, 2 years and then all of a sudden drop a snarky comment, mere days before the video game came out, The Breakaway. And so once that clicked in my head, I'm like, well, let me go look at his Twitter account. I go look at I get my hazmat suit on, I take a deep breath, and I open his Twitter feed. And after not scrolling for all that long, I saw that he posted an old clip of me at the Colbert desk, and pretty much he was saying, all he wrote in the text was something like, "Bro, I've never even heard of you." Okay, so mere days before Penny comes out, you're going to try to put me on blast on your Twitter account and calling my attention on an unlisted drama video, right? Caught you, T. You want to know how many people I told about when you did that, T. Lopes? When you baited me into irritation? When you attempted to use the internet as a tool for your own ends? To attempt to rile up someone's, frustration and emotions to try to bait me into covering it on my streams so that it would promote more awareness of the game that you were trying to sell, the game that you wanted everybody to hear your soundtrack. Well, it didn't work. You're small, and you're my bitch. T. Lopes, you are my bitch. Because I said something about you, it got under your skin, and you showed your face to try to get some kind of petty revenge in order to promote your game. You reached out. You freely elected to do that on my platform. T. Lopes, you are my bitch. Because you came to me like a lapdog to try to have your sassy moment. And I basically saw right through it. I'm like, I'm not right. So T. Lopes has finally broken the stalemate, reaches out to me in an attempt to use this as a promotion. Didn't work. And I'm thinking to myself, I don't need to tell anyone about this. Why should I give T any... Right? I didn't tell anyone for months and months. This was, I guess, this was about a year ago, right? When Penny's Breakaway launched. I didn't really tell anyone about it. That was my happy little secret that T ran up to me like a lapdog, tried to instigate me, was dismissed for the childish coward that he is, who refused to say what was on his mind and could only just try to attempt and petty lashing out, and or to put me on blast on his own Twitter account. Now, the idea that Mr. Lopes would put a clip of me on his feed to all his followers a year ago and would further amplify what's going on in the Alex Yard Zone just this week, right, by... I guess, so I haven't looked at it. I have not looked at T's, Twitter feed since this went down. I'm not really reading replies on Twitter because it's sort of pointless at this point. It's just a sea of people saying, get a life, get off the internet. There's no point in engaging with that, never mind reading it. I know a lot of people out there think that if something gets 70 hearts, that I should take the message and back down. I'm not in it for the likes. And if you're equating truth with who has more followers on Twitter that can summon their army to click a heart-shaped button, it's no wonder you're experiencing a lingering disconnect in understanding about what's happening here. Zosimov remembers when I put Ruth Bader Ginsburg on notice. And if I have to do a video, right, Bill Maher can tell you about Ruth Bader Biden. Same problem. Exact same problem, right? So, without getting distracted by Ruth Bader Biden, I will say that I did those segments at the news desk with the Bravo board and the unnoticed board on either side. I was being intentionally provocative. I was like, this news desk is so absurdly batshit insane in its presentation, albeit with a very constructive criticism. I'm operating in the tradition of Stephen Colbert on Comedy Central, not the CBS night show. I'm talking about Stephen Colbert's, right, he would do these over-the-top segments shining a light on all this horseradish. And it was so ridiculous that T. Lopes, in that way, he kind of took the bait. He showed it to all of his audience members, and, you know, however many of them dunked on me that day, it's just brand awareness. I say provocative things in order to stimulate a reaction, and if that causes indirect controversy on Twitter, all that's putting the name Alex Yard in the consciousness of people, for better or worse that day. But I am so absurdly confident in the value of my perspective and my commentary that I'm willing to do these provocative things so that people can come in and see what's actually going on. Okay? So since T. Lopes' promotional stunt didn't work, Penny's Big Breakaway didn't sell much. So, T's cowardly resentment of my commentary or whatever else, stems from his insecurity, right? It's an open secret that Mr. Lopes has an ego problem. I'm not the first person to say that's common sentiment expressed by viewers at my live streams way before any of this went down. Certainly by the time Penny's Big Breakaway came out, it was an open secret that Mr. Lopes' ego problems and insecurities stem, right? The way that they manifest is by T. Lopes, right, will overtly acknowledge that he is allergic to constructive criticism. However, he was raised, he thinks that constructive criticism is a problem. So let's jump into a very specific case study of that, people. Many of you remember this. After the Sonic Superstars animation was first premiered on YouTube, in the words of T. Lopes, this fandoms, right, with his classic sarcasm, just petty, toxic sarcasm. Fandoms. Thanks for this awesome thing, brand. Allow me to waste my precious time dissecting until I can find every single flaw and then put it on blast as loud as possible. Y'all do you. My time is better spent creating than criticizing, and that's all I'm saying about this subject. Proceeds to say a lot more. Right, so he's just a clown who doesn't say, right, he says something that he's going to do something. Unfortunately, that doesn't mean that he's going to do it. All right, so although he said that's all I'm saying about this subject, soon after he opens his mouth more, albeit in response to very fair replies that he got from, for example, Azon. Well, talking to T. Well, here's the thing. Although I do think the way the discussion's going is perhaps disrespectful, it's also generally fine to be dissatisfied with something and find exactly why you don't like it. Criticism is very important, and it's not meant to mock or make fun of something. Now, what Azon just said should be full well known to anyone with a middle school diploma, but it's 2023 when the Sonic Superstars animation, and now one of many internet users is now shouldn't have to be in the spot of having to catch T-Lopes up on how the economy works, that when you sell something for a price, and even if it's free, you're right. Have you not seen the review section on Amazon? You say whether you liked it or not and why. That's what art is. It's about the fans processing it and responding to it, putting in, what does T say? Yeah, man, but going out of your way to find problems in something you didn't pay for? Have mercy. Too much free time. Now, this is, again, T-Lopes on a different planet, sweeping, jumping from things to things, right? T-Lopes is so profoundly basic that the way he views this is as an opportunity cost. And say, like, when you live life on planet Earth, right, you should be, what did he say in the last one? You should be creating, not criticizing. He sees that as a zero-sum opportunity cost. Only create, never criticize. T-Lopes, I hate to be the one to expose that you've been in an infantile diaper bubble up until the early 2020s, but this is not remotely close to how the basics of online conversations work. And if you think you or the Sonic Superstars project that you worked on is for any reason exempt from any of that honest, constructive feedback, the only antidote is 2-3 times the amount of constructive criticism. Okay? So, now, it's one thing for Mr. Lopes to have just a bogus, dog crap take, but it's even more ridiculous when he's just getting the facts wrong. Having a difference of opinion is one thing, but when you are building your soapbox preaches on non-factual information and saying, oh, you're going out of your way to find problems in something you didn't pay for. Well, sugar, Sonic Superstars was always scheduled to cost $60. And if there was an animation in Sonic Origins, and then now we'll get to Sonic Superstars, gonna be $60, there is even more reason to voice like, hey, we're paying more money, but the animation quality is getting worse. T-Lopes is basic, and if he continues to peddle these bubble-bound philosophies of how he thinks the world should play along with him, he's just handing me and the rest of us further outlines for more content that will use him as an example, as a deterrent for people to follow in his footsteps. Now, there's another layer to this. Actually, which slide is next? And this is the thing. Part of why I'm so willing and unapologetically able to say this today is because I'm not making this up out of nowhere. This is, you look at any of T-Lopes' tantrums, and you will find my opinion and response well represented by other bystanders. Toad Roasted says, why is it suddenly bad to be critical of something? T, it's not. You are the problem. Assuming this is in relation to the Superstars video, yeah, it's awesome we're getting something in the first place, and some of the discourse will turn annoying and toxic, but Ramona cares about animation, and dissects it and criticizes it because it matters to Ramona. Furthermore, yeah, T, I'm going to have to disagree with you on this one. Criticism opens the doors and allows things to improve. Just look at Frontiers. Without criticism, there wouldn't be any updates that fixed a lot of people and issues that people had with the game. Dude, and it happened again with Pokemon Sword and Shield. King K somehow tries to chase everyone away from constructive criticism, but if they don't voice their criticisms about why they think they're getting shortchanged as far as what they were promised in Pokemon Sword and Shield, a lack of backlash sends a clear signal to Nintendo like, yep, keep on coasting on autopilot, keep cutting corners, right? Spidey here is saying things that have well been already established in the community, and it's falling on T's deaf ears. Daedalus Medio says, I can understand it's frustrating as an artist, but criticism is valid as long as it's constructive and helpful. And yeah, maybe some of the messages that were criticizing the Superstars animation were childish, right? But that's the internet. Are you now, T, going to rant to your entire audience for the sins of a couple of bad, 12-year-olds for all we know, getting mad about the animation quality in the $60 game being a step down from the $40 Sonic Origins? People are allowed to analyze and critique something that is released from a big multi-million-dollar company. Of course, some people take it too far, and it's all just opinions at the end of the day. Absolutely, T, we're talking about a multi-billion-dollar company. Where are you getting this? Why do you make it seem like someone is going around to elementary school talent shows and giving a brutal critique of a tap dancing routine? Like, that would not be appropriate or constructive. You make it seem like this is, a Boy Scout showcase of original art. Yeah, maybe you should filter when it comes to that. But it being sold for a price on the marketplace, it begins and ends there. There's nothing else to say. Why is this situation the first time we've seen T deliver this stuff, right? Why now? If this is such a pressing issue that needs to be said, why is it suddenly an issue when the Sonic Superstars animation debuted? Well, there's a surprise twist. T. Lopes contributed to the music of that Superstars intro animation. So really, all of these, this entire rant of his, this room-clearing behavior, it's just because T. Lopes would have preferred that people were praising the music. T. Lopes betrays his insecurities as a person who is constantly, right, he has such an ego that needs to be fed that he really is always looking for people to notice and praise his music. So this really just seems here to be the case of, you should be focusing on my great music. All of a sudden, right, this becomes something for Mr. Lopes to soapbox about, but it's really just his selfish motive. Do you really care about protecting, like, the animators? Or is this really just an opportunity cost that, no, people should be really praising and congratulating you on your music? That's a selfish motive, Mr. Lopes. And I wish it was the only example of this kind of thing. You jump ahead to Penny's break, and you get this totally unforced, just bridge burner. I don't know if T. Lopes is going out of his way, trying to get Evening Star blacklisted from getting any future reviews at GameStop. But the week that Penny's Big Break came out, what does T. Lopes spend his time ruminating about? Well, he's got this tweet in response to GameSpot's review, which reads as follows. I just read GameSpot's Penny's Big Breakaway review article, and there isn't a single word about the audio, good or bad. Like, it isn't worth mentioning. Maybe the reviewer Sporky Eve played it on mute. Top it off with a picture. Passive-aggressive. What's the deal? What was he thinking? Now, T. Lopes, if you're upset that the multimedia product that was purchased or review coded and reviewed, right, he would have liked, again, attention. He wants to feel seen. He's so insecure that he's, right, looking forward to the release of Penny, not to deliver a gaming experience for the community, but to add some more praise to his portfolio and resume. There are so many different ways that this could have been handled without going nuclear like this and thereby jeopardizing Evening Star's standing in the review community. Maybe you could have sent this reviewer a private message and say, hey, did you notice the music, right? I don't know if it will go too far to ask him to just add in another paragraph, right? Show some humility, be humble. Say that, you worked hard in the game, you're curious to see what he thinks. You could even ask some fans to just do a fun little side quest. Ask some fans to maybe tweet at GameSpot and say, like, hey, there's so many, less confrontational ways that you can do it, but all of a sudden, no. The composer himself is taken to the global stage to just dunk on this guy and shame him. Shame him and do an AVGN scratcher. What was he thinking? Ancient's mom says the Cuphead tutorial incident is burned in your brain. And Thomas is ready says, you feel like sending his fans at the reviewer would have been far worse. I'm just brainstorming here. If that one of many options, it would be non-confrontational. It would be like, hey, what did you think of the music, right? And again, this is really only stemming from T's entitlement. It could be very well as simple as the reviewer didn't like the music, thought that it was too random and scatterbrained, and it's just a constant barrage of notes here, there, and everywhere, desperately trying to hold the listener's attention as if this is another installment in Super Mario Wonder TikTok philosophy. Maybe, one of many possibilities, the reviewer didn't like the music. Couldn't bring himself to give a phony, half-hearted acknowledgement of it and decided to leave you off the hook. But that's just a theory, a plausible possibility that you should factor into things. You are not entitled to have every review mention and or praise the sounds that you made. Shout out to Wimpy Fox. How's it going? Wimpy Fox says, just stopping by to say your reply to T. Lopes was very funny, and the outrage it caused was even funnier. Keep it up, King. The only reason I am acknowledging, and thank you, Wimpy Fox, the only reason that I am acknowledging that is because I do consider this entire situation very funny. I think T. Lopes' response to it was funny, right? Humor is not generated by someone standing there and saying funny things. Humor and comedy comes from people playing out funny situations. And holding up a mirror to T. Lopes' horseradish throughout the years, watching him get indignant and try to give me a positivity report card, that is, for lack of a better word, funny. Funnier than most things I can think of that happened today. All right. I wouldn't have done this stream if T had grown up, if he had matured, if the early Hydro City nonsense and doubling down and hatefully using Sonic artwork for profit and to be more of an illiterate bully, if it had ended there, I would have left it alone. But shit is still happening, you guys. As recently as just this past fiscal quarter, right? Post-Penny. Post-Metal Slug Tactics the Hedgehog. Okay, so let's take a look at the reason why I would have not an ounce of hesitance to have this discussion today is because it is still happening. T. Lopes has still not gotten the message, and for all those Twitter replies that echo directly everything that I've said today was already presented to Mr. Lopes in plain view, well, he's still saying hateful things. So there's a little bit of a mystery in what I'm about to show you because it involves a tweet that T eventually backtracked because he can't stand by his own word and he's willing to just backtrack on things. And it's one thing to admit that when you're wrong and take down a tweet like that, but his discussion surrounding this now taken down tweet reveals more of what he's up to, that he is still the 7th grade bound infant that he always has been. You ready for this? So, again, we can't see the post anymore originally, but this is from a Twitter, and this is kind of the last major example that we're going to look at today. This is a Twitter account, Sonic Confessions and Takes, that, well, shows, I guess, bogus takes or interesting takes in the community as satire or criticism constructively. The idea is it trolls the internet finding curious, relevant, different takes, bad takes or otherwise. So, Sonic Confessions and Takes says, I would like to clarify, since this tweet, which is of course now since been taken down, is getting some attention. In case you're unfamiliar, this account, Sonic Confessions and Takes, is dedicated to posting anonymous takes from people. I do not think this, don't hate me. Okay? So T. Lopes, this is T. Lopes' attempt. It's always adorable when T. Lopes-teers take to the global stage, shaking their baby rattle, and attempt to have a definitive gotcha moment, right? And T's attempted rattle-shaking gotcha moment is to say about this take, like, oh, this account says, I spread hate, but someone else wrote it. I don't want any smoke. So this Sonic Confessions and Takes account posted something toxic and hateful that T said, and then the Confessions is saying, just so you know, this account is set up so I can expose these bad takes. Don't come at me with hate like it wasn't my idea. I'm just reporting. I'm shining a light on T's whatever hateful thing that he said. Okay, so although the tweet was taken down, he doubles down on his take, his stance on his whole approach to the situation by saying, I said what I said. Where's the Sonic take? Why drag a real person's name in for no reason? Sonic Twitter takes, I read that you disagree with the take too, so why spread it? You know it's hateful. And then, for the biggest whopper, T says, I don't mind losing followers for standing up for my friends. So the friend that he was standing up for, we're going to touch upon that. But until we do, I will say that last line, I echo that. I, Alex Yard, do not mind losing followers for standing up for my friends. And when I have many people who have no life, right, valuing my perspective and thinking in terms of importance that they need to linger here while I'm just recording content, right? I get all this backlash. That's a sign that I'm onto something real. Because if I wasn't, they would let me make a fool of myself. but I'm doing devastatingly effective reporting and connecting dots here. So I too do not mind losing followers. I have even more integrity than Mr. Lopes because I will take a stand on these things not to protect my own selfish alliances with friends. I will do it to stand in solidarity with people giving honest and fair criticisms of, for example, the Sonic Superstars animation intro. So it continues. Ex-Free Palestine recast Eggman says, well, because it was supposed to be neutral? Look, I don't think it's a good take either, but brother was just doing the gimmick of account, not trying to start a hate campaign. And also, T, you say you're sticking up for your friend when that friend handled the situation way more professionally than you. So, the name is X is saying you're acting unprofessional, and to prove that yours is a fool's errand, right, that friend that you're defending is more or less fine with this, handled it a lot more professionally. So you're barking up this own tree futilely. T says it's a bad gimmick in my opinion, and I'm not trying to be professional at the moment. I'm speaking as a human being. So he's got his cop out. Oh, it's being a professional and being a human. He's saying those are two, right? But I'm not even going to unpack that. It's a cop out. So, but T. Lopes is fascinating, right? His standing to say this today is to say, in my opinion, it's a bad gimmick. Well, that's just what it is. It's your opinion. No one is obliged to play along. And you using your position of power to get more hostile is only going to set the conversation back. If you don't think it's a good gimmick, that's your opinion. Maybe just don't say hateful things on Twitter, and then these accounts would have no reason to amplify your foolishness. Cool, says X. That's your opinion, T. It doesn't give you the leeway to misconstrue someone's statement when they're getting bombarded with hate. You say you want to speaking as a human being, then think of this. How would you feel if someone as big as you abruptly weighs in and this is getting to what I was saying before, why it is especially heartbreaking and jarring and just kind of shakes you to see someone in T's position who's done Sonic soundtracks to then take the Sonic artwork and profit on T-shirts that further his illiterate bully ends. So when someone as big as T abruptly weighs in and puts words in your mouth, and now all the shit piling is doubled because, again, you were just naively posting someone else's shit take on your account. And here comes in the friend, ready? Shit, the friend you're defending himself even said this account is a cool idea to encourage discussion. Come on, man. Stop digging this hole for yourself. It's embarrassing. So this take is already represented. And T is so caught in his own ego bubble that he tries to justify it by saying, I'm defending my friend, but the friend is cool with it. The friend seems to understand the benefits of an account like this. To start a conversation, to weigh in, move the... If T. Lopes is spreading hate, which he basically admitted it was a hateful take, enough that he would take it down, then this Sonic Confessions and Takes account is serving a public benefit for the community, saying, let's look at some stuff that continues to happen. Let's establish where we stand on it. T. Lopes can't handle that. He just wants a permanent moratorium on any constructive criticism. And I think that an account like the bad Sonic Takes what the hell was I going to say? Don't take my word for it. Take Eisenberger's word for it. Not gonna lie, the name is X cooked you, Mr. Lopes. So, just about everything I'm saying today, guys, is nothing new. What I am showing you is that identifying the very unfortunate, immature pitfalls with which T. Lopes conducts himself in the Sonic community, right? People have been saying this on Twitter all along. And so this just becomes, something for T. Lopes followers to consider moving forward, is that many of you very clearly do fully recognize you're not getting seduced by T's music in a way that's making you look past all these poisonous aspects of how he conducts himself and even raises his own children. If you are going to watch T continue doing this, not change course at all, right? Why bother? Is it a lost cause? I'm not going to waste breath on Twitter, right, trying to talk reason to him, and I admire these people for weighing in, but I'm not going to waste my breath if I'm just going to see him get worse and worse with every passing year. If these were early career stumbles, if he was able to mature and grow up, then I could look past it. But it's only getting worse. It's only gotten worse. So, that brought us to the Sonic Mania video, and I'm like, okay, checkpoint. When I look at, we need to talk about how you talk about Hydrosity back in 2022, and now it's finally time to make a Sonic Mania video. Where is T at? Ooh, he's only doubled down. So, since he's a triple lost cause and has made no secret about it, it's time for a permanent roast. It's time for a permanent roast to put him on blast as a deterrent for the millions of impressionable fans who are watching along in the audience. Now, I will quickly acknowledge what you are saying in the comments about, did T. Lopes say something hateful? Guys, I can't drag this out, so I'm just going to show you this once. I spread hate, but someone else wrote it. The person who wrote it was T, open and shut, spreading hate by amplifying T's whatever T said. He's acknowledging that it was hateful, and he's very mad at the Sonic Confessions and Takes account for circulating it even more. T. Lopes doesn't mind losing followers for standing up for his friends. If I have that wrong, please do tell, pray tell. I can't see the original tweet. I am reading what T. Lopes said, lampooning Sonic Confessions and Takes for saying, I spread hate, spreading hate, retweeting T's own words. I can't drag this out. I'm reading what you guys are saying in the comments, and I understand that, right, that thing, I spread hate. I need to now talk down to you guys like you are kindergartners. In this tweet, T. Lopes is doing a satirical quote of Sonic Confessions and Takes. What T. Lopes is trying to say is, he's trying to say that the Takes account stance on this is bogus, to say, I spread hate, but someone else wrote it. Who wrote? T wrote it. And he's trying to call this Twitter account and saying like, oh, you're going to spread hate, but I don't want any smoke because T wrote it. I tried twice, guys. If you can't follow along, then sort it out on Twitter afterwards. And all this remedial comprehension will be cut from the VOD. Yep, so my last word on the matter is if anyone here is willing to shed more light on this, of what I'm getting wrong, no one is stopping you. We're moving on now, because I've tried to tell you about this twice. T didn't like, right? There should be no doubt that whatever was circulated by this account was written by Mr. Lopes. Oh, when I say sort it out on Twitter, I mean you guys have at it. Whatever you need to establish about this that you think is incomplete, do your thing. I'm reporting on the words that I see right here on the page. Yep, so Thomas is ready, or anyone else. The ball has been in your court for the past 10 minutes. We got to move on. All right, so we are almost arriving at the sentencing for T. Lopes apologists, okay? But before we do, we have one final case study to touch upon, and I'm going to show you this. I'm going to show you this, and I'm going to ask you, am I applying a double standard here? Am I applying a double standard? I'm going to show you one final example of something that happened, and I'm genuinely asking, do you think what I am saying here poses a double standard problem or not? So in our final case study, we're going to look at the event that happened when T. Lopes posted a cover of Can You Feel the Sunshine? It is shining all around. Remember that? So when T. Lopes posted his cover of Can You Feel the Sunshine, the composer of Can You Feel the Sunshine tweeted this. It's such a shame that T. Lopes did such a bad job and a bad arrangement, whilst failing to credit the songwriter and singer and vocal arranger for his own personal social media likes. Absolutely shameful. Using other people's creativity for your own personal gain is disgraceful. Now, when this was first brought to my attention, you bet that my initial impression was, wow, this is not a good look. There are so many better ways of dealing with this without making a big public scene. Richard Jacques is perfectly understandable within his rights and reasonable to be upset that he wasn't credited, but my first question would just be like, well, why wouldn't you just send a private message to T or Sega or whoever to just very simply request that the composer credit be added? Okay? So I was very quick to regard Richard, and Richard Jacques did take this tweet down pretty soon afterwards. It doesn't seem to be any kind of, and they did add the composer credit, certainly on the YouTube posting, to say nothing of the Twitter side of things. I don't know, but you can see that video has a near 500,000 views, and it credits Richard Jacques, as it should have all along, okay? However, although that is my first impression, but for Richard Jacques to put specifically T. Lopes on blast like this, what I would say is that unlike T's disparaging aggression toward like superstars, animation critiquers, right? The reason why this is different is because Richard Jacques may have his reasons. T. Lopes is a very specific person who has operated, with Sega on official projects and stuff. I don't know anything behind the scenes. Maybe this composer credit snub was kind of the last straw. Okay? I don't know how much personal history is there, to the extent it's possible that, maybe the bridge was already burned. Knowing how bogus T conducts himself, it's easy to imagine that he would piss Richard Jacques off, and that there was, and then this was, maybe there was already, ceased communications, and this was the last straw. I don't know, but I can give Richard Jacques benefit of the doubt where I can't for T. Lopes' incident, because with T. Lopes, there is no basis for him to tell people not to criticize the Superstars animation, that he has no standing to do that. He also has zero standing to tell the Sonic Takes account to take down their tweets or shame the, right? His opinion is that it's bad. Well, the world doesn't run on Lopes' opinions. So Richard Jacques may have had his reason. As a music fan, as someone that is deeply devoted to the craft of composition and the artistic expression that involves, well, as I thought about this very specific case study, right, Richard Jacques and T. Lopes may have behind-the-scenes reasons why they would be on bad terms with each other, in a way that I cannot make a sweeping condemnation of it. It's not a double standard. It's two different situations. Okay? As I thought about this, guys, having done the recent Sonic Mania video, I had this mind-blowing connect the dots moment. Okay? Long before I gave up on Mr. Lopes' Twitter account, I remember ad nauseum. T would T would time and again post memes about trumpets. About how trumpets are his thing. Simple, low-stakes tweets to say, wake up in the morning and make a song. What does this need? Trumpets. It's an ongoing bit that he spams trumpets. You listen to Sonic Mania, it's trumpets, the soundtrack. Now, me as Alex Yard, someone who's devoted his life to music theory and primarily Sonic video games for the past 4 or 5 years, I did not know that the trumpet identity of Sonic Mania, right, is directly taking that exact vibe from Hataya's Quartz Quadrant, sure, but Richard Jacques did T. Lopes when T. Lopes was still in diapers. You listen to that special stage song, and it's a revelation. Oh, okay, this was part of the incubator where Sonic Mania was born. So for as long as I followed T. Lopes on Twitter, and as many times as I saw him lean into the I love trumpets this needs more trumpets memes and stuff, right? Not once would he mention Richard Jacques' contribution to the art of trumpets and Sonic. I look back and I said, well, here's yet another example of T appropriating Richard Jacques' contributions without the very basic aspect of giving him the nod, and then to not to not include a composer credit. Do you want to take Richard Jacques' wardrobe too? Guys, there is benefit of the doubt here, right? And I've heard that Richard Jacques has been kind of cutthroat and hostile to Bentley Jones. But you guys got to understand, when you hear someone say something nasty or confrontational, it's not like these nasty confrontational things are never allowed. There's a time and a place. And if I look at the entire Sonic community, if I'm to think of people who really need to be put in their place because their ego is way out of control and they think the world runs on their opinions and praise of, right? Bentley Jones and T. Lopes are right at the top of the people who need to be taught a lesson, who are ignoring the lessons that their Twitter followers are handing to them over the years, right? I think of Richard Jacques being hostile to both of these people, and right? I don't know for sure that that's what's happening behind the scenes, but benefit of the doubt, that's it. That's it. There is no benefit of the doubt that would explain any of T's tantrums and using his prominent position as a Sonic figure, leaning on the cop-out of, oh, I'm not speaking as a professional right now. I'm talking as a human, right? Let the Excuse Factory churn out more editions, right? There's literally no behind-the-scenes thing that could ever excuse those incidents by T. But with this, that's a different situation. So I could see the lack of composer credit as a final straw for Mr. Jacques. I'm definitely not telling you that Richard Jacques definitely did the right thing, but it's not the same as T. Lopes. It's not the same as T. Lopes. All right, guys, so that's going to bring us to our third and final portion of today's video. I will now be delivering T. Lopes apologists their sentencing, which will specify what they need to do in order to atone for this situation. I said what I said in the comments section of the Mania Music Theory video. I did it to highlight a double standard. So the sentence that will now be put in the ball of the court of the if you've heard everything that I have to say and you think the two things are different, it's not even really a sentencing. I'm just asking you to weigh in. Do you think T. Lopes' actions, as summarized today, are okay in a way that my comment on the video is not? So it's not even really a sentencing. I'm really just asking you guys. Now I put all the cards on the table. If there are some of you out there that are still, T. Lopes good, Alex Yard bad, I've said my piece. You've known where the door is all along. And it's only one donut per person on the way out. Don't try to swipe a second one. We're going to see that. I am not sentencing you, but inviting you, right? I'm going to post the VOD of this video to my second YouTube channel, Alex Yard Adventure. And now that you've seen all the things that T. Lopes has done, his examples of bullying people who aren't like him, his counterproductive, aggressive defiance of constructive criticism, and his underdeveloped conflict resolution methods that are setting a dog crap example for his legions of millions of fans and admirers, right? I'm ready to hear from you in the comments on this VOD. Do you understand why there's a double standard now? That anything you're getting mad at me for doing is just something that T. Lopes has been doing in plain sight all along, doing these big bridge-burning fiery tantrums, making a scene in front of everyone. I'm discouraged that you all continue legitimizing him in this way. And this video discussion today has really just served to, once and for all, definitively clear T. Lopes and his apologists out of my GI system, once and for all. I have no plan, right? I've said I put the satire in the Mania music theory video. T. Lopes saw the cover of the Ice Cap Fervor Records Hard Times reissues. He couldn't keep his mouth shut. He had to give me a positivity report card, unnecessarily summoning up memories of constructive criticism I've delivered his way in the past, because he thinks that's negative. He doesn't want to see that negativity. I approve of what you did today, Alex, and I want to hear some more of that in the future. No. You misunderstand that, you were just read the Riot Act. You are not now going to give me a positivity report card that is misaligned and skewed because of your own pervasive and self-serving toxic positivity. All right. Now, I do need to get gaming soon. The show must go on. Okay? But we'll have at least a bit of time here. If you have any lingering questions, right? I can't stop in the middle of, the agenda to field all of your gotchas and objections, especially since half of them were just going to be addressed later in the discussion. And Light, at any time you are ready and willing to explain what was happening in that deleted tweet, that even if we don't have the deleted tweet, we're just taking Lopes' commentary surrounding it, is that T. Lopes open acknowledged, I don't care about losing followers to stand up for my friends, and then it got posted to a Twitter Takes account. Maybe it was, right? T. Lopes was involved somehow. And until you provide more specifics of how he was involved, I'm just going to go on T. Lopes himself saying, oh, you're spreading hate, but I didn't say it, so don't give me smoke. And I'm seeing Nikolai's questions. I'm not going to legitimize your twisting. You're twisting what happened. I don't think anything that was discussed last year has anything to do with today. Today we are talking about shining a light on Mr. Lopes and his persisting hostile immaturity problem that you guys just seem to accept. So I'm lending my voice. PP Dog doesn't know how I pronounce the second level of Sonic 3? Someone on YouTube says, None of the tweets I have shown today are as bad as my behavior on stream today, such as calling him... Yeah, I'm not going to... Right? But I won. I won. Because I recognized T. Lopes to be a lost cause. I called him on his toxic behavior publicly. And I won because he initiated, he reached out, but he was too much of a coward to even respond to anything that I said. So he just left a snarky, kind of tongue-in-cheek, sarcastic, misdirect. I'll say it one final time. T. Lopes is my bitch. T. Lopes is my lapdog. He has no power I have all the power. I can speak about T. Lopes' horseshit, and people will come and listen to me. He is powerless to affect my perspective and opinion. T. Lopes is my bitch. Horse Pug something says, someone reach out to T. Lopes and see if he'll sample Alex saying, T. Lopes is my bitch in a song. So Jargon Fox says, get into a proper discussion with T if you really want to win something. Barely anyone is even agreeing with you, but you do enjoy a personal victory. So first of all, the reason why everyone here in chat is disagreeing with me is because you guys, I hate to play the you have no life card, but the people who agree with me have literally no reason to come hear me speak today. All the people who agree with me are spending their time today doing right. You are here because you think there's a problem. My people that see it the way that I do, they would have no reason to waste time being here. This is a treatise that I will record and post so that this will cover my stance on the matter moving forward. You all here today, you are my bitch because my voice matters so much that when I talk live on the air, you will spend your time to try and push back on what I have to say. You are all my bitch. And it's hilarious. So Jargon Fox, I don't know if I responded to this. Jargon Fox said, get into a proper discussion with T if you really want to win something. So since we're at the end, I will echo what I said at the start. T. Lopes is such a toxic bully that I cannot talk with him directly without seeming condescending, patronizing. He is so profoundly basic that it's a lost cause. If dozens of people on Twitter are going to say exactly what I think, and he's still going to brush it off and double down on his ways, I would be a simp and a cuck to try to meet him halfway. Why do you think I could talk sense to T if all of his devoted fans can't? That's what we call a lost cause. We call that an ego problem deep in his bubble. He lost the privileges of any direct, discreet compassion, and the dude doesn't want constructive criticism. The dude is going to roll up to my video and say, good job with the positivity today, Alex. We want to see more of this. So if T. Quixote Lopes wants to bring everyone into his fantasy mind, then it's even more of a relief that I did not demean myself by trying to meet him halfway, especially because he reached out to me first. I have never reached out to T. Lopes. He has lost that privilege of asynchronous communication, although I would say, hypothetically, if he was willing to speak, on a Discord call in real time on the air, I would do that. But he would need to initiate it. That's not something I'm asking. That would be different. Because if we did that, he would have nowhere to hide. When you talk with someone like T. Lopes asynchronously, like by text-based tweets or whatever else, his bullshit is so thick that it's impossible to have a conversation because you're constantly having to debunk his assumptions, his sweeping, stressful prescriptions of how the world works. No. He's lost asynchronous communication privileges. If he talked to me live on the air, that would be a different thing. I would be willing to do on the drop of a hat, on the drop of his fedora. Melakira says, I could have kept this in the Discord. I could have kept it to myself and not make it public. Well, Melakira, what I did instead was show you that I have a spine. What would be the point of talking about it on Discord? I'm contributing my constructive criticism and feedback to help move this forward, and I'm putting it in plain view of everyone so that the message is received for anyone who seeks it out. I have no idea what you're trying to suggest by saying this should have been on a Discord. My Discord does not have any problems with T. Lope's strain of toxicity. Unleashed. Nothing you said, Unleashed, is inconsistent or wrong. I did say I had previous direct communication from T. Lopes. I never said that I would show it to you. If you don't believe me, don't believe me. But he was so petty and just teenage girl childish that day. So the main reason why I didn't show it is because part of his attempted gotcha was to, in his typical passive-aggressive, he's over here, and then he's over here, and he's talking past you, right? He tried to invoke previous drama to call me on a double standard, so then I had to serve him and say why it wasn't, no, the two are not the same. And I just cut to the chase and called him a coward because instead of responding to my constructive criticism, he just left a petty comment. Oh, you know, with the green screen, you look too big. You look like you're crunched there in the desk. He would do, and he did it 2 days before Penny. It didn't work, and he's free to show it to you. If you find the video, people, comment on that video every now and again. So the unlisted link is out there. You can go find that. Yeah. I never promised that I would show it to you today. Unleashed says you did. That's what was advertised about today's stream. Yeah, that's an incomplete comprehension there, Unleashed YT. I explained that T's attempt to instigate me to promote Penny is relevant to what happened in the comments section of the Mania Music Theory video. And I explained all the important details. So I did not misrepresent. And I don't know if it was you that used the word shill. I don't know what you mean by shill. You are all the fools for spending time here. No one's required. I am so flattered that you're interested in what I have to say that all I can do is thank you for the... Okay, Unleashed says, Alex, if you had a spine, you would show your DMs with the geek critique. If I had a spine, I would have shown this mythical direct communication. I've already addressed that, and I don't know what the geek critique has to do, right? The geek critique begged me, pleaded that he said, don't show this to anybody. Don't tell anyone about this, right? And that led to the, what's it called? That led to that clarification video about content creator boundaries, which indirectly touched upon the Hydro City toxicity in our city from T. Lopes. And T. Lopes waited until Penny was about to release to even acknowledge it. And even then, well, I'm repeating myself. This is your last chance, everybody. I gotta take off. Horse Pug says, my mug in the thumbnail is blurry? My face? Blurry? Maybe this... I think I kind of took it and then... yeah, higher res photo. I don't know. If it looks all right on YouTube, that's good enough for me. PP Dog says, are you going to put on more layers? It looks cold outside. Welcome to Press Garden, everybody. YouTube user says, who wants to watch a music theory YouTuber who admitted to including petty jabs and personal grievances in his video as a composer? I guess that would be you. You are the person who has watched this here. So I'm glad I could answer your question. Oreo says, will we need to sub to your Patreon for it to be higher res? And Tep Music is welcome to specify the hypocrisy that he perceives. Last chance, guys. Only Just Light says, I'm a hypocrite because my behavior is just as bad as Lopes's. Okay, so I'm glad that you agree that T. Lopes's conduct is to be condemned. Yeah, Only Just Light. You've proven my point to a T. If you don't like what I said or did today, go address that with T. Lopes. Because until that issue that you perceived is a problem with T. Lopes, it's impossible for me to take you seriously. Yeah, so in case anyone doesn't know, my second channel, Alex Yard Adventure, is primarily devoted to debunking fallacies in video game stuff, music theory stuff, and perhaps beyond. I eat internet radio broadcasts for breakfast, and I will... Right? My second channel is delivering some long overdue, much needed accountability. I'm sick and tired of watching T. Lopes's cyclone tantrums get worse throughout the years, see people responding him with the correct advice, and it's falling on deaf ears. And finally, It's just handing me a meaningful opportunity to constructively criticize what I witness as a deterrent. And it's so, right? Half the time I am baiting you into displeasure to prove a point. Case in point, people have been backlashing at me for making videos critical of Adam Neely's commentary. And I have unapologetically called certain things that Adam Neely has peddled as flat earther level logic. Okay? And people take the bait. They take to the comments and they say, leave Adam Neely alone. What's this obsession with him? There's no one. If I report about somebody, they should not take it personal. I am only commenting on them because they have peddled fallacies in plain view. Like T. Lopes saying, come on, leave the animators off the hook. I'm going to spend my time creating, not complaining. That's a fallacy. There's a time for both. And chasing away people from constructive criticism is toxic positivity, and I don't need to explain why that's an issue. We already have. Yeah, and Only Just Light is still harping on the, what's it called? The confession. So, since the ball was put in your court, 20 minutes ago, there's no need for any purposeless back and forth. Dave's Tunes asking the important questions. Would that pre-pronounce toxicity or toxicity? To even ask that question shows a lot of audacity. I'm kidding. You watch the Game Apologist video. He has any number of words that, you have a lot of audacity. I really admire your tenacity. I think we're ready to wrap up, everybody. It's time for your last gasps. Right? If I tell you that I'm opposed to giving puberty blockers to children under the age of 12, well, as an example, I know for a fact that there are people who are going to voraciously disagree with me, and they're going to call me the Donald Trump of Twitter. They're going to say I'm a bad person. They're going to say, get a life, get away from this, right? So I use the puberty blockers example just as one of a zillion examples, is that with the advent of social media and Twitter in the past 20-some years, we are right now in the thick of a totally unprecedented culture war. And so we're not going to see eye to eye on everything. And when I look at, the jeers received from the comments section, it's very easy to put it in perspective as an inevitable byproduct. So I am not concerned. I will always field constructive criticism, but most of what's coming up again and again is just, Alex Yard, bad. So that's pointless. You might as well harass me for trying to keep children away from puberty blockers. So I'm able to put your backlash in that very same bucket of disregard this. This is an inevitable byproduct of ongoing culture wars. And I cannot emphasize this enough, that I am only ever talking on my own platform to my own audience. I will always be allowed to do that. You guys are welcome to hang out along for it, but it would be different if I was making a big public scene, tagging people, harassing them with off-topic, just random, just backlashy criticism, right? Making a scene on other, right? But all of you are free to leave at any time. The fact that you would hang out with me for this long is a massive compliment. That my perspective is relevant and meaningful and very now relevant. Melakira says, Alex, I respect that you have opinions. You don't need to agree with them. No one does. You're right. You don't have to agree with me, and I don't have to agree with you. You are the person here on my platform hounding me, and you're free to leave at any time. So you don't have to agree with me, but for you and others to make it some lingering, persistent problem that you think I need to apologize for or walk back, right? The cards are on the table. If you don't value the validity of my perspective, just leave. Your very being here shows that you are panicking. You're panicking, and instead of engaging on ideas, you're just being, disparaging toward me. So when I talk about obesity or puberty blockers, I am daring you to react, to get worked up. I am always, when I say things like that, I'm speaking very directly and unapologetically. This isn't about obesity. This isn't about puberty blockers. This is about people that are in the same community, but they're a planet apart. I am able to look at your guys' disagreement and put it in context. You are the ones freaking out and kind of waving your canes at me. It's adorable to watch. It gives me algorithm stimulus, and it's a huge compliment. Ray William Johnson knows what's up. Yick music theory video when? That's what I'm telling you. Toho music theory video when says desolate OO. Puberty blockers and obesity are not the same thing as what we're talking about. They're just touching upon, like, do you guys spend time, hounding people about puberty blockers because they don't agree? Well, no. All you really can do and should do is go on YouTube or, contribute constructive thoughts. right? Obesity and puberty blockers or whatever else. The reason why we're putting those all in context is because we are such a far bridge apart that you guys are only causing yourself further anguish by walking around the planet and saying, wait, you don't agree with me on this, right? You should not find it surprising or baffling when people don't agree with you like this. We're so far apart on this or that thing. I'm able to write off your guys as just dragging your feet on the matter. And I think, who was it that said it? And yeah, I want to make it clear that the edited VOD of this discussion will be posted to my second channel. And yeah, Only Just Light says, I don't want any harm to come to Alex, but you hope Lopes being roped into this shows the entire Sonic community who Alex is, so they can decide if they want to support him. That, as I've said, all cards are on the table. You guys are now empowered to vote with your voice and viewership and whatever else. Evie says, Alex Yick, I loved your game. When's the sequel? You know, when I think about today's chat, and I think about the couple of streams that I did about original compositions, you know, to have these, discussions where we're, super on different sides of a certain question or problem, I do think this is valuable. I'm able to wade through just the pointless backlash comments and actually engage with people putting my ideas under scrutiny. But on some of this stuff, we're such a world apart that all you can do, having heard what I have to say today, is just make up your own mind. If you think what I'm saying is bogus, then vote with your viewership. And furthermore, right, hypothetically, you could go disparage me elsewhere. Don't make things up. When I say disparage, I don't mean slander. I just say, you're free to go and do your thing and say, Alex Yard bad because, yeah, do it. The reason why I would not be afraid or nervous about that is because although I know that my opinions may be polarizing for some, I'm very confidently standing by my commentary. And so, maybe you have a bad take on what I'm saying, but as long as you're being fair and factual about it, you're free to say whatever you want. Do your thing on your own platform. It would be a problem if you harass me in any way. And that's why I'm not tagging T. Lopes. I have every right to talk about public figures and advise that my audience not conduct themselves in that way. So I think a lot of you have heard enough of my perspective today to understand whether you should pay attention to me or not. Evie's looking out for the Undertale 2 video. See you this November, Alfies. Ancient's mom says, bad, because no 3D blast music theory yet. And look, Richard Jack's going to have his day. That whole, not just a special stick, that's an amazing, that's Saturn 3D blast, truly special. Truly special. All right, Desolate, take it easy. Evie, Fun Fail Videos, Nikolai, Ancient's Mom, Simply Cashier, Nathan64, Splashy Guy, Only Just Like Melakita, Audio, Drive-In, Afterthought, Unleashed. What a crew. So yeah, guys, the last thing I'll say is that I do these discussion symposiums 2 to 3 times a week. And plenty, right? I am always, the first kernel of an idea for any discussion I do is debunking fallacies, promoting critical thinking, and if nothing else, and like, here's what this public figure has said, here's why, if you actually put that under scrutiny, right, the thing that they are saying is not actually matching what's happening. Right? And if I call Adam Neely peddling logic that is flat earther caliber thinking, and you get mad at me for doing that, well, it's like Adam himself has criticized people who disagree with what should we set the pitch of the note A to, 432 hertz, whatever. They don't agree with him. He calls them flat earthers. So I'm not saying it's never okay to call someone's thought process flat earther caliber weak sauce, but certainly if you just as a starting point have an issue with me calling someone else's commentary that, well, go take that up with Adam Neely, and then maybe I'll take you seriously. Just like any of the things that you're saying and criticizing me about today, I'm very easily to brush it off from y'all until you first start holding your idolized T-lopes to the same criteria. All right, so maybe this is a good thing to end with. EB says, "Why is it okay for me to bring up old content, but it isn't for other people too?" Well, when did I say that other people can't? And to answer your question directly, the reason why we talked about this old stuff is because T invoked it first. When T said, "Here's to more positive stuff like this," that was a totally unforced, unnecessary, right, importing all this prior baggage to give me a positivity report card and say, yeah, I want, this was good what you did today with positivity. I don't want to see any more of that negativity stuff. So to answer your question, there it is. T. Lopes could have been an adult and put a happy face on this. I don't care that his comment otherwise fails the reverse Turing test. That wouldn't have been a problem, even though this comment is absurdly generic and pretty much matches the 2 daily spam emails I get with people with fraudulent paid sponsorship opportunities. I've watched your channel, and you're really passionate, and it's well-researched. Dubious Depths just rolled up. And then Desolate says you were the Notori Kashiriro guy on Twitter and you wanted to apologize. And you know, whatever you said, I think I mentioned before, after I responded to Mr. Lopes' comment on YouTube, I stopped looking at replies. I have not looked at any YouTube replies, and I've not looked at any Twitter, right? If I send out a tweet and that gets 40,000 impressions, All I can say is thank you, Internet, for passively promoting my platform. You guys, right? You guys can say whatever, donkey, you want to do 360 windmill dunks on me on Twitter. I'm thrilled that you would do that. I'm thrilled that you would resort to peer pressure tactics because you would not need to do that if you had a good point to make that could speak for itself. So who's ready for some Dark Souls? This has been Alex Yard here at 91.6 WAYC, the Alex Yard Zone. Terrestrial internet radio, baby. I eat these radio internet broadcasts for breakfast. This Tea Lopes discussion today is just like all the other ones. So thanks for all the kind words on the Sonic Mania video. I'm thrilled with how it turned out. And I would not have lampooned Mr. Lopes in such a permanent way if I thought he had the slightest chance of redemption, maturity, and constructive communication. That can only come from him, and we as the public can put pressure on him, as many people on Twitter, as I've shown you today, have already tried to do ad nauseum. And since it's fallen on deaf ears, if today's further discussion falls on deaf ears, then all that really means is that there will be further reason down the line to speak about the persisting problem. Make sure that it does not get normalized. I would not have any reason to talk about Mr. Lopes' post-Hydro City t-shirts if that wasn't just, a simple warm-up. And that his petty and insecure ways have only gotten worse. His ego has only inflated. And the idea that I could take to the stage, talk about my thought process to an audience of 40-ish, it's a passive byproduct of delivering a perspective that matters. Good night, everybody. I'll see you in Orlando. Got the modded soundtrack today for Dark Souls Remastered. Which T-Lope song is this? I can't remember. Hello and welcome to Anorlando. The chosen undead needs your help, or else he'll get epically owned by the invaders. No dexterity allowed. Welcome to the Alex Yard Zone, everybody. Let's jump right into things. We're going to be resuming the adventure that's ongoing from last week. Make sure we get the right sound and such. Where's my Switch audio? There we go. Conti. Hopefully these volume levels are remarkable. Hello to all Dark Souls fans, Sonic fans. We're going to return to the glorious vistas of the eternal limbo at Anorlando. Look at this. Again, I always get the Eternal Sunshine vibes. Just like a sort of faceless, formless... It's a place where it's like all the color and life is drained out of it. Welcome back, everyone. And then, what do you mean by lock, Sam? We got a couple of Oreos in the house. Very nice. Oreo 10101010112. And Yoshi the Oreo. Where should I go? Praise the sun. That guy's got the right idea. This is such a big building. And yeah, Sam, I just still don't know what your question is. Shout out to Dubious Depths. Is this how I got in here? Is this a one-way deal? Do I have a mid-roll? We're collecting rings in a special stage. Oh, a sign of life. Oh, he's got arching. Come get some. He's at a very big disadvantage where he's standing. Haha. 2-hit sweetheart. 1,300 souls. I'm rich. This feels like a bogus wall. but I'm not going to waste my weapon durability in case it is real. Oh. I feel the black eye orb quivering. I can't say I'm familiar with black eye orb mechanics. This guy yeah, he's come... 2 guys? Have I fought these size guys before? Oh, they lost interest. They unsubscribed. Is it walking down here that makes the black eye quiver? Oh, I could get a phantom? Am I about to fight a boss, dude? This is nuts. Nice. Third Bruno may move on to Dark Souls 3 soon. You're plowing through the remaining optional Bloodborne that you want to clear first. Like different missions and bosses and such. That's cool. And this. I feel like I'm not... Well, maybe I should get a hit in. Oh, his friend is here. Oh. He just casually drops himself down. SMB fan has been getting back into the Nightmare Before Christmas. Thank you for the blessings, everyone. I feel the spirit of Zeus supporting me. Well, I'm human. Should I summon the Phantom? Am I about to fight a boss? Should I just summon the Phantom to deal with these massive dudes? It feels right. Let's do it. This marble is so intimidating. Alright, Solaire, come be a convenient distraction. Ah, he's got a massive sidestep jump. I love that. Very dangerous. My man, Knights of the Lair, taking care of business. Hot damn. Yeah, I watched that movie a lot, The Nightmare Before Christmas. I think I was obsessed with it for like a couple of years. But it was only a couple of years. For some reason it just blinked out, but I used to watch it a lot. Sam wonders if I know what time it is. Yeah, and I'm very sorry that things went on for as long as they did. I'm sorry, guys, that we're waiting. Well, I took down those 2 monsters. And I just get Solaire coming along? What could this contraption affect? Here goes nothing. What's that gonna do? Oh. Okay, is this somewhere I've been? Alright, shortcut opened, right? Sick. That's the thing where I gotta run down there. And I think that's where this is, right? Go there? Yeah, that's where it is. Alright, I see a white light. Third Bruno's dad loves that there movie, Nightmare Before Christmas. And all things Halloween. Third Bruno wants to watch Bruno play Kingdom Hearts, whenever you get to the Nightmare Before Christmas world. I didn't realize that was in Kingdom Hearts. Uh-oh. This message is kind of subtle that there's a challenge on the horizon. Javid says, nice shortcut. Is there anywhere else to go in here? Is this area accessible to me? Already? Excuse me, I hiccuped. Was this how I got here? Probably, but why does it feel like the other side of the room? Alright, I guess I'll just traverse the white light. It feels like it's time. Look at these. Oh, wow. It's like... Is that Epicurus? That looks like Abraham Lincoln right there. This is like Dark Tower now. It's bleeding in through the real world. Good luck. Eliminating one at a time. Oh, interesting. So is there going to be multiple combatants up ahead, and I got to kind of focus on one at a time for the best chances of success? Oh, God. He looks strong. Is he going to be shooting projectiles, this Lion King man? Another twofer? This is like Theseus and the Minotaur? Oh, God. They're pissed. He's fast. Knight Solaire, you can do it. Oh, he's got Amy's hammer. How big that is. Oh, that was fast. I assume I should keep using the Phantom. And I wonder if... Would I be able to run into this boss chamber without killing those dudes out there? Or are they going to follow me into this boss chamber? Well, I got the shortcut now.
You really are fond of chatting with me, aren't you? If I didn't know that, oh no, Dim.
Feelings. Is there a DLC where you date he? Alright, cool. Javid and Keo say that, yeah, they can't follow you into the boss chambers. Well, that's good. Is this the, Alright. Opened a shortcut, I believe. Where's my hallway? Yeah, Bruno echoes that they can't go in there. But they can attack through the fog door in some games. Alright, but not this one. Wow, wacky camera. Someone shooting arrows at my ears. Now you've done it. Yoshi says if I have the red eye orb, go back to that area where it quivers. You can invade an NPC world. Okay, yeah, I've never done that invasion mechanic yet. But there may come a day. And feel free to pipe in if I'm not going the right way. But it feels like I'm going forward. This seems kind of familiar. If I can just get past these guys without finishing them off in battle. Yeah, this is what's going to take me down. Alright, here we are. Yeah, Rupee is listening while walking his dog. Wish you could have seen Abe Lincoln. I'm probably going to pass him again. Oh, but this is the room. Oh, I didn't, shoot, I didn't reverse hollowing. So let me try to fight solo just to see how it feels. Oh yeah, so Javid says I'm at a different bonfire. So I really should just go to that bonfire right now, right? If I don't die right here. Right, and then I'll respawn at that bonfire, and I can even reverse hollowing right now. I think I kindled this bonfire here. Javid agrees with that plan. I thought I just heard like a dump truck beeping. But it was just the creaks, squeaks, and whirs of this contraption. Kia wonders if this bonfire is faster than the other one. We'll find out together. It might be safer, but I don't know. Maybe I could just as easily run past. We'll see how quick it is. It might be equidistant. Yeah, Javid thinks it's easier. And Yoshi said all I had to do was open the door to the shortcut. Well, I did open it, but then I respawned at that bonfire inside the building. Alright, so Javid says that maybe I should practice on the bosses before reversing the hollowing, and I am open to that. I kind of just wonder if it's pointless, if I am too kind of hopeless and overpowered to fight those two things solo. You know, like, I think about the two, what is it, the gargoyles. When you fight those two gargoyles, like, that's a fight where I feel like it's, for me and my skill level and experience in Dark Souls, I feel like it's kind of pointless for me to fight the twin gargoyles alone. I almost did it once, but that was a fringe case. Things worked out. But I still died. So I'm sure I'm capable of soloing the gargoyles, but these two guys, I don't know. Yoshi says once you go through that door, there's a staircase that leads to one of the outer staircases of the opening boss room. And I'm sorry, I can't really follow that. I know it's complicated architecture and directions. Let me put it this way. Should I be using a different bonfire? Or... Oh, okay, Javid was saying it in terms of saving on humanity. Oh, because right, because it's a limited item. And if I run out of humanity, well, then I would have no choice. Well, no, I wouldn't have to fight it solo. I guess I would just need to fight all homies in the general neighborhood. And then I could get a humanity. Like that. The fact that the game has that mechanic, I take that to mean, like, yes, reasonably speaking, you should have a Phantom Solaire for fighting this or that boss. And if you run out, then you can still manufacture one by killing all the enemies in the area. He's fast. Did the Solaire... Did I do the summon or not? Alright, I didn't get the summon. Oh. That was a nice up-the-stairs jump there. You son of a... I forgot about the archer. Low blow. Watch, I feel like I'm going to be able to get back here fast. And then I just wasted a humanity. So should I not use humanity? If I don't use humanity, I'm going to need a pro tip or two on how to deal with these bosses. I guess all I can really do is just give them the runaround. So I'll tell you what, I won't use the summon. Let's just see how it goes. I'm not just gonna spam fire bombs, but... Alright, Javid says I should hold off on humanity while I... Oh, what have I done? Oh god. While practice fighting or ignoring the enemies around the boss? Do you mean the dudes right outside? Or... Because my impression was that the boss fight is just the two dudes. I didn't know about any additional enemies. And yes, Yoshi, I'm accepting any and all tips. Dunkstein and Slammo, is that what they're called? Javid says, basically practice how you want to get to the boss room. But isn't that just walking to the like? What is there to practice? I can find the boss room perfectly fine. And if they're not going to follow me in there, then I should be set. But what would be to practice? Kill Dunkstein first, says Yoshi. Oh, he fast, but I blocked he. They are strong. Oh, he's knocking down pillars like there's no tomorrow. Oh, he's got that cross the room dash I always got to look out for. Missed. He big. His head's small, though. Stuck in the corner. Oh boy. Oh, does that electric attack have like a homing attack functionality? That is vicious. Speedy Gonzalez over here. Zipping past faster than Sonic himself. Oh, he's got a running swipe. Here comes hammer time. I do not know how to get a good opportunity to do damage. Somehow block that. Dude jumps away. This is no good. Interesting. Jabbit says, definitely got to use light attacks for this boss. Alright, so it's like one quick light attack, and then start blocking, or at least trying to get the heck out of here. Wow, Rupee says, this is the second hardest boss fight in any Souls game that Rupee has played. Hot damn. What's number one most difficult for you in this game? I could imagine it being not too bad with a Phantom Solaire, but this is good kind of exposure. Much like me, Kia wants to know which one Rupee considers the hardest. And Rupee's listening on YouTube, so there's a bit more of a delay. And hey, how's it going, Alex G? Welcome back, my man. Javid figures it would perhaps be the DLC bosses from Dark Souls 3. Is 2 the hardest? Like, just flat out. As a game, overall. Those are the hardest for Javid. Bruno says, oh boy. What, DS2? Or just the philosophical question of what's the hardest thing out of all these brutally difficult games? Hell yeah, Alex G knows what's up. What to do when nap trapped with the baby? Hang out with the yard zone. Hell yeah, shout out to the baby. Getting those nap Z's to make the energy stats get refilled for more activities. Yeah, I remember Bill Burr saying when his young child was born and he had to just watch the baby for hours on end. And he goes, dude, it's kind of the best. I kind of just hang out with my young daughter and watch sports all day. It's kind of good living. Oh, I shouldn't do a heavy attack. We talked about this. I'm sorry. Dude, he runs and jumps and then he's right back into a new attack. I'm a dead man. And no, Sam, I didn't know that Sweetheart made a new video about me. More press for the zone. I guess I don't want to know what it's about right now. Unless there's what you think as a pressing need. Javid says Dark Souls 2 wasn't the hardest. It was just odd since Miyazaki wasn't involved with it. Right. Yeah, Javid says the good news is I'm doing plenty of damage for this area, like by this point in the run. Yeah, it was a good call to trade up at Andre to get this absurdly upgraded butcher's knife. Sam knows what the topic is. So, yeah, without discussing that too much, what I can say in a general sense is good. Good because any provocative things I ever said about that topic was to get the word out. If people hate me and they publicize their dislike of me, all that's doing is bringing, right, it was always only ever about bringing the composition situation to as many people as possible. Because for every backlasher, there's someone who's like, oh, yikes, this is 5 composition choices replicated in a row. And if the provocative things I said are getting a reaction, then success. Javid says just practice getting damage in, learning the timing of what I can get away with. Alright, and should I focus on the skinny guy? Probably should, right? Because it's a little bit harder for Fat Man to catch up, possibly. And those bolts can travel through his buddy. Whoa! He served me a licking. Hot damn. Dude, he's fast when he needs to be. Yeah, Javid says focus on the small guy. And should I be using these pillars, like, kind of strategically? Oh, I'm a toast. No damage yet. Yeah, I've been doing alright, Alex G. Plowing ahead full steam with the second channel. Of which today's discussion was just one of many installments. I love that sideways jump he just did. Dude, Fat Man showed up. By Jove, and all that is holy in the Mushroom Kingdom. You guys are ferocious. Now, when he's getting ready that bolt, that is a vulnerable moment for him. Got him. Slow and steady. There ain't no Hades timer countdown here. Does this game have a heat system? All games should have heat systems. It's like the perfect replayability mechanism. Well, that's micro progress. Nice. Alex G's been out of the loop. You've been putting together some IKEA furniture. How nostalgic. I've assembled some IKEA furniture in my day. So yeah, the Sonic Mania music theory video was a smash hit all around. Alright, and Javid says maybe I want to try a fast roll. Seem to be dodging quite a bit. Let's see. Wait, 3.5? Yeah, should I put on like a little bogus hood? Oh. You guys can tell me if it's a fast roll. Does that look like medium? Javid says 18K views. What's that, the Mania video? Yeah, it had a solid debut. Outdone only by recent videos, you know, the big ticket Sonic CD videos. It's ahead of Wacky Workbench. What else? So if this is weight 5.9, damn. 3.5, 2.7. That seems the same, right? You know, I could get rid of... Well, that I might need that. And well, how heavy is it? It's only 3. Yeah, Javid says I'll definitely feel it once I get a fast roll. It's going to be so rejuvenating. Put on these bogus MC Hammer pants. It seems still... What if I unequip this? Still? It doesn't... What? Yeah, Javid says keep lowering my armor. Is it because of the goddamn butcher's knife? That costs that 10 weight? Yeah, damn. That's got to be a big reason for this. Do these count as weight? I guess the arrows don't. What about these? Okay, items don't count. And I assume rings too, or no, I don't see any weight. Javid says I can see my equip load. Is that here? Oh yeah. 18 out of 69. I mean, that's way below 70%, right? Nice. Alex G's gonna take a look at the Mania video. Thanks for the well game wishes, Alex G. Enjoy the video. Okay, under 30%. So let's see what percent I'm at. Currently, 18.1 divided by City 9. This is saying 0.26. Which would be, of course, 26%. So I'm there. So should I have the fast roll then? Yeah, Javid thought it would be more drastic. I guess I did too, but let's see how it feels. No summon. Oh, and then here's Abraham Lincoln if Dem Rupees is around. Ah, but I can't linger here. The guys are coming. Sorry, Abe and Rupee. And my equipment load, will that also affect my speed? I got a hit in, guys. And another one. Just got to do a few more of those. Oh boy, now I'm in the corner. Okay, Javid, it says that it affects run speed, but apparently not walk speed. I almost went for a hit. Oh, they both retreated. You didn't do that much damage to me. That's nice. Ooh. Scooped me up. Oh, I'm in trouble. I can't escape. I blocked that? I didn't think I would be able to ever block that. Ah, okay, so 25%. Alright, so that's what. I almost had it. Oh, I'm stuck. Alright, so I'm getting better at detecting, yeah, his running, sweeping, scoop you up view. Ah, he does like a Mario ground pound. Ooh, he had 2 attacks in the pipeline. Alas. Alright, Javid. No, Keo says it's got to be under 17 and a quarter. Alright, yeah, let's see if I can, what else can I change? I'm not taking, like, too much damage, so I feel I can, I can stand to lose, downgrade my armor a little bit more, even. I could always just take it off, right? Seems like I already got the kind of smallest thing for each of these categories. Pants are heavy. Alright. Keo recommends taking off the gloves. Let's see. Look at my weird boots. Just take off one more thing, just to be super sure. I really don't know. It doesn't feel different. $25 out of 69. Wait, why does that not feel right? I'll check it again in a second. $25 out of 69. Dude, I feel so bad. Look at him. Just take off everything. There's a fast roll, right? Oh, but now I'm a skeleton. That definitely feels, As I was saying, check my boots. So let me now put one piece of armor on. Okay, the boots were heavy. Now I'm back to med roll. Actually, let me just try the lightest boots I have, and if not, I'll just go shoeless. Like the... do I have any boots on right now? No. Or do I? Oh yeah, Wanderer boots. 1.6, 1.4. No, that's medium. Alright, Javid says drop the gloves. Alright, there's a fast roll, guys. I'm a skinny little guy, but I got that expert roll. And hello, Drank. Welcome to Anorlando, my ongoing Dark Souls journey. Drank says first time. Well, it's the first time I've gotten up to this part of the game. I've been playing this game, very gradually over the past several months. But gotten back into a great rhythm on streams, playing this every Saturday. Ooh, look at that. Oh. Yeah, this roll is a big deal. Come on. Please. Miss. Oh, here comes. Gio wonders if this here is the start of the Dex character era. Hey, look what JJ's playing. Ooh, maybe JJ's gonna join the fight. Or maybe he will hinder my journey by invading, and I'll get epically owned by the invaders. He attacks twice, maybe even 3 times at times. Can't do those heavy attacks. I don't know why I keep doing it. I was blocking. Come on, how many follow-up attacks is Sweetheart gonna do? I got a hit. Upper scoop. No flasks. Damn it. It's my opportunity. You know, being that I've kind of sort of figured out how these guys work, wondering if I should use a summon. Oh, I'm dead. Almost. Alright, cool. Javid was thinking of a summon too. Let's summon. I'll still do light attacks. I was wondering if I should do two-handed light attacks. Alas is in the house saying, build. As far as the build, what am I, a warrior, I think? And I got this big old butcher's knife. Javid wonders how much humanity. I think I have like 5 or so. I have 6 total. What do you think? It's worth trying one? Alright. You only live once. Well, you keep respawning at the bonfire. I'm gonna get to see his silky smooth skin legs. Let's see. Show me them lats. Aw, yeah. Look at Joe. Less skeletal. Alas says this weapon is pretty meh for strength. I mean, this butcher's knife, leveled up to +10, has been working wonders. In fact, a Dark Souls tier earlier said, like, yeah, you're doing pretty good amounts of damage, being that it's this point in the game. With this, yeah, it's butcher knife +10. Is JJ gonna get summoned? Yeah, I figured that, like, for playthroughs in general, that I ought to maybe use twin humanities in situations where I need to kindle and reverse hollowing. I can't be affording to lose hit points. Dude, I kind of forgot that you can kind of keep spamming the roll. That's something I gotta lean on. I love the way they're just running so ferociously at a fella. Yeah, I gotta dodge like a madman. Oh, it's electric. He had a follow-up attack. I gotta read he. What happened? I got. The last says if it healed 50 to 100 hit points, it would be pretty viable. What do you mean healed? I thought we were talking about doing damage. Because the heavy attacks, man, they do like 200-300 damage. Sam wondered if I saw the news about the weather. No, what's happening in the meteorology scene. And hey, how's it going, Jack Griffith? What's up with you, man? Oh no, I really screwed up. I forgot to even summon Solaire. So, I wasted a humanity. Oh well. But I'm gonna use another one. I really want to. But I gotta take out that sniper because that guy's gonna get me. Sorry to that humanity I wasted. Oh, okay. As far as healing when I hit, is that the ring? The ring that I... Let's see. Okay, they have to die. Wow, tornadoes? I imagine they're not New England, but they could be. Alright, I gotta remember to summon Solaire, but I'm gonna go take out that archer. But yeah, Jack Griffith, we're just vibing here. I guess we're not gonna get to any Sonic today, and I'm sorry about that. Oh, I didn't reverse hollowing. Oh my god, wasting almost humanity. Where is my mind? Yeah, and I'm very sorry that Dark Souls got going so late. Don't leave the house without your skin. That's a good policy, Yoshi. Alright, I got those gorgeous quadriceps. I got one shoe on the right foot. I'm ready to kick some mage. And I gotta remember to summon. Summon. Look at that Neutrogena skin. This guy is ready to go on the view. Alas says nice hams. Amazing hams. Alright, got a summon. So I guess I'll go up and engage. The archer is not hard to kill. Oh, did the other guy come up here? I did not invite the big man. Alright, he got the message. I love the way they will hop off stairs and just kind of gracefully drop down. Oh, I missed. Damn it. Yeah, and Alas says, use the pillars to my advantage. Alright, yeah, I'm gonna try to give him the runaround. Oh wait, there's two options? Ah, wow, I never saw that. Should I... Oh. Oh god. Should I do Solaire or the... I don't know which one is like... stronger or more conducive to this fight. These guys, he's coming up here? No, they won't come up the stairs, hopefully. Javid wonders if I can do both. Worth a shot. Yeah, Alas had said Solaire. What happened? Where is he? I don't know what happened. To the first guy. Oh, there's Knight of Wind. I got two dudes? This is nuts. Don't bother fighting those dudes. Come with me. Alright, Yoshi confirms. You can have two at a time. Imagine that. Dude, it's on. But I need to heal. Oh, please no. Ah, look at him. You punk. Oh, he staggered. He's gonna go down soon. Next up. Oh! Micro cutscene? Lion King dies? Is there gonna be some twist? Is he gonna respawn into something more dangerous? Okay, he absorbed his kind of electric ability into his hammer. Interesting. Oh. Was he, like, limping now? Come on and slang. Welcome to the jam. Ooh, look at Knight of Wind. With what? Pyromancy attacks, dude? Oh, he's staggered and everything. He's highly fortified, though. Dude, Knight of the Wind, kicking ass. Oh, he just did a lot of damage to him, though. He can heal? Knight of the Wind healed? This is amazing. Oh, he's got a 360. Oh my god. 3 flasks. I can do this. No way. No way! Instant kill? You know, I kind of want to just use another... I can do this, man. With your approval, I want to use another summon. Alas said that knight is using a really little club. He's an actual player. R.I.P. Yeah, hit plus the lightning. It's a one-shot type of deal. I'm using another humanity. Because, dude, even if I run out... I'm assuming, just like any other area, I would be able to, kill all the enemies in the area. Oh, I almost forget, dude. I used the humanity. I don't... Reverse. Javid caught that. And I'm sorry, Sam, there's not going to be any Sonic today after all. I'm sorry, I used all my Sonic gusto and Sonic time to talk about the Sonic community without playing a Sonic game. I'm sorry about that. Certainly going to be more Unleashed next week. I appreciate you understanding, Sam. Yeah, Alas says, when he charges up, run. Yeah, so this will perhaps be my final attempt for the evening. Yeah, and I gotta spam the roll more. Oh. They both fell. Alright, he'll follow me down here. Wasting 2 flasks in this lobby. Waste a flask, why not? Teach you a lesson in learning. Damn it! He taught me. Oh, I should just run to the boss now. Screw these dudes. Hopefully they don't lose much health, man. And I'm heading into the fight with 5 flasks, everybody. Can you feel the sunshine? What's going on, Tails doll? One of my favorite dolls in the whole series. Die on me. Whiff. Did the other guy not show up? Did I do it wrong? What can you do? Except take a deep breath. I can't get upset about it. Well, Javit thinks this attempt is balked, but I don't know. I mean, I got Dragon Slayer almost dead-ish. Got another light attack. Another light attack. Now, is it in my interest to chip away at Fat Man so that he has less time with electricity once Little Man dies? Oh my god. My goodness. Alright, I think we should, yeah, I think it's song request time. Oh, but this was a big learning experience. Yeah, still made progress. Open that shortcut. And I could have beaten him. It was close. That one time. So clearly I have it in me. Sweet. Alright, guys. It's time for our concludatory VGM requests. So let's do it. Yep, I can see your request, Sam. Look at this. Wacky Wild. Let's get the AIZ back in the house. Take that off the screen. Put me back up here. Oh yeah, and we can look at Sam's Steam gift. That's exciting. Alright, let me just put the song on first, and then I'll deal with the background components. Get a load of this. Hopefully the volume is okay. There we are. The background. Keo goes, oh, this. Yoshi's guessing Metal Slug. That's better. Alright, no one's guessed it yet. Sam says that JJ has played it once. Kyo is ready to say that it's a Castlevania, and Yoshi as well. Alright, Keo's got it. Symphony of Our Night. Come on, get JJ. Keo's working through the Monday morning Occam Razor. Go up a long play, toot sweet. Plate, rip plate. Well, the long plays footage today. YouTube window. Right. We've arrived. I like the double kick drum. I'm hiding me. I'm flat. There we go. He's doing a Michael Jackson moonwalk, walking backwards. It's kind of sick. Sam can tell you, this game is not cheap to buy. And I think you guys told me it's kind of the infamous not re-released game, like just about every other game has been re-released. Alright, Sam says it's also on PS4. Is that like a standalone PS4 re-release? Let's see here. Yeah, PS4. Alright, and it was also on Xbox Live Arcade on the 360. The grand... Is that Luigi? Look at he ran right past Luigi. Look at this. It's a me, Marty, and Luigi. Don't pay Luigi any mind. I like how the grandfather clock has the Roman numeral VIII. That's not a thing. It would be IIX, right? Roman numerals are pretty cool and smart the way they're set up. Because it's like you look at the number of I's on either the left or right side of the V or the X, and you're like, oh, okay, that's how many down to the left, right? If it's IIX, you're starting at 10 and moving 2 down to the left. Sam says this game was a Sega 32X game at first. That was the initial release? Because I'm seeing on the Wikipedia page, it opens by saying it was developed and published by Konami for the PlayStation and the Sega Saturn. Oh, I see. Early in development, so that it was... Okay. Whoa, look! You guys seeing that? What is that? It says CD, and it's got a little disc at the kind of top middle of the screen. So it began life on the 32X. I wonder if it was envisioned as an exclusive initially. Look at all these skeletons. So yeah, I was thinking. So there's no kart racing tonight. But I'm thinking that before I technically end the stream, I'm gonna capture some footage. That's gonna be used in the VOD of today's discussion, because today's discussion, the second channel video, it's not going to be just the shot of me in that snowfield. In fact, you're not going to see the snowfield or me. It's going to be gameplay footage, and I am going to be using the slides that I used today, but not the snow area, or you're not going to see my age. It'll be a streaming exclusive, but it will have all those visual indicators. the slides, as it were. Oh, is that a rainbow power-up? Level up fanfare visuals. Oh, Rocket Knight Adventures tribute. He's got the color scheme and everything. I don't know. So yeah, I'm gonna play some footage here for maybe even up to a half an hour. While I pack up, because I gotta leave tonight. To travel to the area of tomorrow's work gig. But we will still be having, and yeah, Javid, sorry if I didn't see it yet. Have a great night, Javid. See you later, man. Still gonna have our normal Sunday hangout tomorrow. But I'll just be off-site. Oh, he's got a ball and chain, hindering his movement speed. What's the benefit of doing that Michael Jackson moonwalk thing? There's just a regular money currency, dollars. It was saying 25 bucks. Okay, Sam says that backwards move is of course a dodge. Just like Dark Souls. That 3D rotating geometric shape thing. And are there signs on the wall that tell you like what floor you're on, like P1 and whatnot? I like these spiral staircases. For $50. $1. Oh wow, isn't that a very Metroidy map? Look at that. It's remembered the face of its father. I'm just gonna be right back. And then I may leave the music on. That's really loud, isn't it? Did I just raise that? At any rate. Sorry, I don't know how long it was loud like that. Yeah, I'll be back and then we're gonna linger for a bit, but in a little bit put on some gameplay footage to capture. Be back soon. Hey, that's not the game. Yoshi Spotted Rouge, was it? Yeah, sorry, that took a little longer than anticipated. Ooh, wrapping up though. Pull up the gameplay footage soon enough. Rogue. What's that? Is that X-Men? Oh yeah, good point. Let's pull up the Steam surprise. It seems that Celia Sam sent a Steam gift in my direction. Let's check it out. Window for a moment here. Hey, it's Steam. Alright. Let's see what's in store. Back, so I'm not hidden. Okay. Alright, let's see what's in store for old Alex. I received a gift from Serious Sam 64. 3, 2, 1, click. Ukulele in the Impossible Lair. How exciting. Yeah, so I will say thank you very much, Sam. I'll go ahead and accept it. I've had my eye on this game for a bit. Okay, so it was JJ. JJ was Knight of Lynn. Okay, I should have connected that. Thank you for the assistance. Yeah, and I am, JJ, would you maybe want to chat? Like, I'm going to be kind of signing off soon. And we can chat. Yeah, I'll at least, DM you after this. But in the meantime, let me go ahead and accept the gift. No matter what happens lately, Sam is hooking us up with this praised game. Ukulele 2, sort of. So let me go ahead and accept it. I accept. Thank you very much, Sam. We'll have to play it in the near future, maybe this coming week. Yeah, this week we'll see some, this upcoming week, some Unleashed. But at least we got some Castlevania Symphony of the Night, JJ, to play us out. But yeah, I echo what Keo says. That lead turned out to be a false alarm. Yeah, and you guys are free to talk about that. I won't right now yet give my impressions, but for what it's worth, two of that person's kind of prior devotees, I think two of them did show up. They didn't say much. But the fact that they were both here, I shouldn't speculate. So the stream is not technically gonna end right now, but it's winding down in the sense that I'm gonna put some gameplay on to capture the footage for today's symposium video. So, yeah, thank you for the request. Just audio down. That's fine. Yeah. So, in a way, this is kind of the conclusion of the stream. I want to say thanks to everybody for hanging out. I know there's a lot going on today. And this is a new paradigm. And I'm kind of going to be in and out, but, audio glitch? Okay, let me... Let me know if that's fixed. And hello, Shadow Ops. Awesome. Sam says it's fixed. All right, Sam's taking off. See you later, my man. Bye for now, and thanks again for the gift. The ukulele. I'm looking forward to it. And I appreciate it. See you later, man. So I'm gonna actually mute my mic, currently, but yeah, this is just kind of, we're in lounge mode. I'm gonna leave the stream on so I can gather this footage. But I'll check in with chat from here and there, and I may DM one or two people right now, just for follow-up discussions. So if you're taking off for the night, I want to say thanks for popping in, everybody, for this moment in history. Thanks again, and I'll be talking to you guys soon. All right, who's still in the house? Think I'm ready to sign off now. Got plenty of footage. And unfortunately, this footage is just kind of... I don't really know how this game works. I guess you just keep going and going until you fail, but it's all water gameplay after a while. It'll do. But yeah, I'm going to take off now. So Jack Griffith, have a great rest of your evening. Shadow Ops. Dem Rupees. I appreciate you guys hanging out here. And I will talk to you all soon. At the very least, I'll see y'all on Monday for another exciting week here in the Alex Yard Zone. Bye, guys. Banana Kong 2, available now. I don't know, is it a free, mobile game? Alright, it does appear to be free, guys. And it's got music by Mr. L himself. Take care, everybody. Signing off.